They had a whole DLC based off of finding pre-faster than light civilizations on planets, like primitives. And so you can kind of decide, am I going to be nice? Am I going to conquer them? Am I going to teach them our ways? Or am I just going to study them? And so, they actually have a big thing on cloaking technology. If you're a Star Trek fan, one of the TNG movies had them studying some seemingly primitive people, and they had cloaked their facility. You can do that. Now, what we're going to try to do here is we're going to try to not play min-maxing, not play the most idealistic, perfect game. We're going to roleplay, because honestly, that is the best way to play any Paradox game, right? Because there's always a right way to play if all your goal is just to conquer or whatever. So we're not going to worry about that. Now we have to pick out who we're going to play as, and my most recent game is the people of the Drewski. That is Drewski. We have the children of Drewski are the people. But we're probably going to pick something different. And the reason why is not because this is in any way particularly like a bad setup, but because this is kind of a specialized setup. What you can do with this is asymmetric. The game is not made to be a competitive game where everything's equal, like a StarCraft game where everything is, you have different races, but they're balanced. The balance is not really part of it. Because there's so many random events, so many things. It's a sandbox scenario of what is the story of your people as you go. And then what they did with one of the more recent DLCs was they made one where you could actually have every one of your people, you have a origin, a beginning to it. And if you've played the game years ago, they didn't even have origins. This might be new to you. But your species can have an origin, and this is the one specifically all about the particular legendary leader, the Drewski, right? And so the entire it actually has like a storyline that progresses, revolving around your leader, and that is more enjoyed when you realize that it's different from like the normal game. So this is something we're going to just set aside. We're going to set aside the people of the Drewski, and we're probably just going to make a new civilization. Ethical colonization. When I first started these types of games, I always wanted to be aggressive conqueror type, but the good one. So you can. You actually can. There's several ways you can. Talented. Yeah. When I made it, it wasn't really expecting to have an audience, okay? The game does allow for several variations of conquest. You've got your traditional, like, I'm just a bad guy conquering. You even have a really bad version of that where you can be a devouring swarm, and not only do you conquer them, you eat them. And so there's variations within that. But you also have variants where your people believe them to be in the right, and their version of conquest is to convert everyone to their ways. You could basically go on crusades. And you could do that. So there's conquest there. My personal playstyle is actually not conquest at all, and I think that'll serve us quite a bit here in a opener game, because we're going to focus on economy and learning how to build an empire. And the reason why I don't focus on conquest is because I did that. It's like a been there, done that. I've done that, and it kind of becomes the same every time. Yeah, Elias knows the game. So if we're role playing, there are a whole bunch of just different, like, this has no gameplay impact at all. Just what do your people look like? A couple variants of humans. Then you've got your, we have all the species packed. We've got all the DLC. So you've got your Vulcans. You even have space hobbits and space dwarves, space orcs. Right? We got it all. And then just other random types. You can be a robot empire. So I do in fact have a Skynet variation. There's also one, I have one that's I was actually just playing around with this morning. I have one, I did a theme. It's all Amazon Alexa took over the Earth, and it became a oh, what's it called? They became like a benevolent dictator thing where they force mandatory pampering on all the surviving humans, and so it's a rogue AI. It's the Wall-E AI, right? Where all the people are like shuttled around in little cars. You can do that in this. You can have people like forced into your little like mandatory pampering places and have fun with that. Mrs. Drewski has brought in some more homemade noodles. Incredible. My problem with machines is a little bit micromanage intensive. They actually don't eat food, they eat energy, and so it's a little bit more difficult. So we do have other mammals. We might need to pick the sloths. If you recall, that's kind of the theme of the channel there. But you can be a sloth. Uh, any number of things. What is this? A llama, right? You can be any number of things. All sorts of stuff. There's reptiles. The Geico commercial guy, right? Birds. You know. There's bugs. There's what are those? Those are like those little guys from Star Wars. Maybe a pretty butterfly. Mollusks. The happy starfish. Right? Fungoids. There is a certain amount of history behind this particular avatar. In fact, this avatar is what sold me on the game. So before the game ever came out, I was watching live streams of the game, and the devs picked this avatar and named it the Blorg. And they roleplayed. They were showing here's what we can do in the game, and so they basically made the Blorg very friendly, but also very repulsive. So nobody liked them, but they wanted to like everyone. And so they were very sad. And then they gave them like extra long life, so they're always very sad for a long time. And so that's the Blorg, and it became like an actual race you can play in the game. It was pretty amazing. Then you got like DLC races. We can be plants, we can be rocks, we can be like a undead, totally not vampire species, right? Clearly not vampires. You can be fish. I have a group I call the Pacifish, and they just, they're nice guys. Fungoid on the left. There's any number of unfortunate ones. Perhaps you're referring to that one. They're all just mushrooms here. Toxoids. This is a new one that just came out. So you've got these are your Captain Planet villains, if you remember the show Captain Planet. I gotcha. So, unless there was something that like chat insists on, I'm probably gonna go back to our sloths. But we need to know what type of people these are. And don't worry, we can pick a different flag and stuff. We can pick a different name. You can randomize it, but that doesn't do us much good, right? Our powers combined. So what is the species? The species of sloth? Are these the Drewskites? They might be. Actually, that's the plural. Drewskite. Our purpose here is to actually get into the game, so we're not going to spend too much time perfecting a name. Adjective is probably just Drewskite again, isn't it? You can even write your own little biography. Not going to worry about it. And then we can come up with names. Let's actually use, for simplicity's sake, names that we might be able to pronounce, because most of them you can't, right? This is gonna be leaders It's going to be your ship names, your planet names. Again, you can kind of roleplay as much as you want. I feel like there was another set of human names. I guess I could be wrong. There's piratey names. The Druskish. That would be the adjective. We'll just stick with the United Nations era. So this will be like the most readable. I do believe this is the Blorg names as well. Go back to our. Yeah, we had it. Druskish. Next up, okay, what do we do good at? This is our species specifically. What is each individual population good at? Are we good at food? Like being farmers? Are we good at generating energy, mining minerals? Are we just that much smarter than everyone else and have big brain plays and get tech? If we're adaptive, we can land on other planet types. You can also pick negative traits in order to give you more points for more positive traits. We could have rapid growth. I think because of the latest patch, some of the more fun stuff has actually been the leaders. And so I might do just because again we need to pick things and be able to just play the game. We might go ahead and do some of the leader bonuses. So this would make our leaders cheaper to maintain, less negative traits, and they get experience faster. Now we can get another point, but we'd have to take something negative where we have 0 points left. And that's okay, we can do that. What if our leaders have a little bit extra long life, but overall our people are deviant? They don't necessarily all follow the way the government says. That could be fitting. So this would be a leader-centric setup. And in the game, you assign leaders as like a scientist, a governor, your emperor. And so this would benefit those specifically as opposed to the people as a whole. I still think the people as a whole is probably the best move. If you want to have like the best move, you're probably getting intelligent for more research. Research is very important in the game. Minerals, extremely important in the game. Being population in general, like growth speed is probably the single most powerful one here. Just having more population means you can do more of everything. So those are powerful, but I think we're gonna focus on our leaders, our sloths, at a glacial pace, leading the way of our people. Right? We all look up to the sloth, the highest sloth in the tree. And clearly, we're going to be on a tropical world, right? That's where sloths like to be. What is our home? Our home name is going to be Twitch, right? What is our star name? So you can have more. There's more, planets and things. So the star is actually what you end up seeing most often. Amazon. They do own it. Let's keep it subtle. We'll do Prime. There you go. There you go. And this is just aesthetics. Looking out the window, we can change. Right now it's set to a mammal type city, but we could have a plantoid type city. Humanoid, just kind of like what do you want it to be on the outside there. I'm actually leaning towards, because we're sloths, we live in trees, let's do the plantoid type. Yeah, Amazon, it fits. Amazon would fit, yeah, but we'll keep what we got here. Now you can also change the room itself. So right now our room is pretty boring. You still got the same window in the background. But so do we have something that's here's kind of a tree. You can't quite see it too well, but you've got kind of we're in the nature. Some sort of artistic versions. Got kind of a glowy orb, if we would like. I think we only had really the one that was plantish. Let's keep it. Okay, and then this is where the game really starts getting interesting, because you get to decide what was the origin of your people. How did we reach the stars? 9. Did I pick 9? Is that what I picked? 9 with the torture tools on the background. Such a small window too. So oppressive. We have the skulls. This is the skulls of our enemies who didn't follow the sloth ways. I mean, you know, we could another one. It wasn't the torture tools. I mean, this is just plenty sci-fi right here. It's kind of giving me a Stargate vibe. Moving on. So there's a lot here. 8. Oh, sure. Got a little artifact thing. There's a lot here. The basic game is this prosperous unification. So essentially your different nations on the planet united under one banner, and off you go into the stars. That is how the base game, if you played the game years ago before Origins, this is what you played. But since then they've added things, I'm going to be somewhat selective on this, because we could go, there's a lot here. There's a lot of different things. I can't give you a description of every last one. What I might do is we might focus on some of the DLC ones over otherwise, because that way some of you who do have the game but might not have the DLC can kind of see a little extra. But for example, you could have where we might have a syncretic evolution where we have a second species on the planet, and the second group is actually, they're big, strong, and most of them have the intelligence of a particularly dim-witted child. So basically they're subservient species usually. If you want to have a slave race, like a race that takes over others, and, you know, indentured servitude even, you could enslave a race, whatever it might be, this is a start that might enable that. Life Seeded's interesting, where you start not on a tropic world after all, but a Gaia world. And it's huge. It's normally a maximum size of 25. This is a 30. It breaks all the rules. Yes. Deserts of Karak. Played it. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I actually played through it with the kids. And they liked it. You know, they follow the story. What we did, it was very good. I recommend it. Somehow, even though you're fighting on the ground, and it's not 3D, it still absolutely felt like Homeworld. It retained the feel, and that was the most amazing thing. Now, to a new generation, it's basically a prequel, and it's kind of like, just like movies. Do you tell them to watch the prequel before the originals, or do you watch it in the same order you saw it? And this one I'm genuinely torn. Like, my kids, we played the Desert Carrot before they saw the regular Homeworld. And so it blew their mind that the next game, original Homeworld, was in space. So it was really cool for them. We could start on a post-apocalyptic world. So it's actually a tomb world. It's a dead planet. We could start on the remnants of a dead civilization. So when humans all die, it's actually the Sloths that rise to power. We could have a ring world. So basically you can live on Halo. Several other variants. If we were to do a hive mind, we could have a world that's focused on this tree of life, but we're going to skip the more complicated versions of the game. Hello, Tick Tick! And there's several others. There's several others. But I think we need to kind of scroll down here and have a look at what we might be able to see here. So some of these are going to require things other than our tropical. Like, we could be on an ocean paradise. This is actually kind of fun. We could be subterranean. I've got a dwarven group. The space dwarves, they're sporves. They live underground. Sometimes they dig too greedily and too deep. But what would be a good start for us? We could have a overthrow the people who try, like, we were pre-FTL people and they like brought us up. Could do something like that. This one has quite the storyline too. And you got declared the crisis, yes. So we're gonna try to keep spoilers to a minimum. This is my most played game, but I generally don't stream it, so most of my viewers here have never seen the game. So I'm trying to get through this so we can get to the game, and we're gonna take it as basic as we can. And we'll see how far we get. You know what? Maybe we do the Fear of the Dark. Some sloths don't want to leave the trees. They want to keep things how they used to be. Right? So a third of our population refuse to explore space, living on a separate planet. This separate planet will provide unique events and benefits. So we have a second planet. This is unique to anyone who starts with Fear of the Dark. The rest of the galaxy probably will not. So this would be our own little path that we would take that's different from everyone else in the galaxy. We have some benefits. Anomalies are fun. We like anomalies and we'll have more of them. However, we have less research alternatives. That's an important stat that lets you choose what you need to have to progress. We have fewer choices. And leader pool size has suddenly become a major, major thing. I am doing leader spec. Gito, that's a good point. In fact, I haven't looked at this since that, like, the leaders have really become different now. I think that's new to it. Let's do it anyway. That is our big challenge to overcome. All right, leader pool is different from leader capacity. When we want to pick a new leader, that's the leader pool you're picking from. So we have fewer selection, but we do have the same total number of leaders. We can manage that. Let's move on. This is now the government screen. This is how. Thank you for pointing out, though, it does affect your leaders, so that was a good thing. We're focused on our leaders here. This is now, how are we going to play? Are we aggressive? Are we peaceful? Do we care? Are we militaristic? Or there's militaristic. Are we materialistic? This is the scientist route. Are we spiritual? The game has added there's a separate type of thing. If you played Civilization, you've always had like research points and you get new technologies. If you played Civilization 6, you know that in addition to science points, there's also culture points. It's essentially a separate research path, and distantly, Unity is that same sort of thing. And so I really like the Unity. I do like going Unity, but we don't have to. We could start off where we're xenophile, where we love aliens. We just love all of the aliens. Or we could be xenophobe. We kind of don't want them. Maybe we kind of want to stick to our tropical trees and keep people away. But we're not going to go militarist. We could just go peaceful. So it's kind of like a general feel. How do we generally want to play? And then, in addition, there's different types of authority. We can be democratic, oligarchic, dictatorship, imperial. There's several others that like we can't do with our current selections, but we could be a hive mind or a machine intelligence, or we could be a corporation, a mega corporation, which is actually probably my favorite one lately. But if we're going to have Drewski as our head leader, we might do a imperial version of the Sloths. Okay, so maybe we do something along that line. Now you have a total of 3 points. You have a basic version of each ethic, and then you have a more extreme, a fanatic version of an ethic. So we could be mildly spiritual, or we could be fanatically spiritual. We could be mildly militarist or fanatic, but you only have 3 points, and the other one costs 2. So we could have like 3 total things here. or we could have two, but one's more fanatic. And again, I'm not going to try to spend too much time on this, so if we just want to quickly pick something, I don't mind the idea of being Imperial, right? It's kind of fun. We'll put Drewski as the Emperor. But are we kind of a nice Imperial? Yeah, we might be kind of xenophile, pacifist, and maybe we're also a little bit spiritual. I am Pastor Drewski after all. Is this something that you guys might think would be interesting? Let's, see what happens here with us being, kind of friendly, not so militaristic here, but also, having this extra monthly unity. Might be an interesting thing. Now, when you pick these, that unlocks certain civics that you can have. We can have a total of 2. Later on, we can have more. But these are going to be kind of another avenue on how do we run a society. So you could have people with the same choices. Yeah, sounds good. People with the same choices but have different civics, so it ends up being something entirely different. So, for example, we could have diplomatic corps. This means envoys, which you send out to other nations, send out to the space UN, and you could be really good at that. Maybe we'll become the galactic emperor, of all of the galaxy through peaceful means. We could do that. Or we're a death cult. Totally possible. You're basically the Aztecs, right? And you can sacrifice some of your people for benefits. Like, you can do this. Right now, the current best one in the game is this Masterful Crafters. I'm gonna skip it just because it is. I've played it a lot, and I probably want to have different things. Let's start with this Heroic Past, though, because it gives us. This is a leader-centric one. Our leaders start with extra traits, less negative traits. Negative traits are really negative, so we're gonna try to avoid all negative traits. The Vault of Knowledge is kind of interesting too. It gives extra levels to our leaders. We get an extra building that we don't normally have, but it's kind of a specialty thing. I think I might skip it. Let's perhaps do the Philosopher King, because again, we're being led by the great Drewski. So our leaders now have another minus negative trait. So I think we might be at the point where we can't have negative traits at all, and they get extra experience points. This is something that we can run with. If we're sticking with leaders, then that's kind of our thing. Our Sloths, they're not going to be extra productive. They're Sloths. But our leaders are really high in the tree, so we really look up to them. We'll stick with it. And again, this is totally optional here. You can pick your advisor voice. I'm not really a fan of any of them.
Whoa! Space! Just think about it!
We build bridges. We don't raise them. I serve the faithful.
Did you know that my entire
We might just skip with the original. Alright, and now for an empire, we could be the Druskis Dynastic Union, the Enlightened Kingdom. This is random. We could just make our own, but it's using our input. The Druskis Star Dynasty, not bad, not bad. The Kingdom of Prime. Enlightened Monarchy. Oh, yeah, it did. So, based off our choices, Enlightened Kingdom, based off our choices here, it actually changes the definition of... So now we're an Enlightened Monarchy because of the choices here. And I think that's, pretty astute. Yeah, you were right. It did change. And you know what? I like it. Let's keep it. We are the Enlightened Kingdom. Now we do need to have a flag that is suitable for this. There are some things that are kind of tree-like. Here's a leaf. Here's something more focused on the roots. There's a big scary what's the Final Fantasy Marlboro thing, right? That guy. Just a flower. We could do something like that. There's also zoological. Beehive there. There's a butterfly. I could just do like a leaf or a feather. We don't have to do something scary. There are your typical skull and, we're a scary bad guy thing. I like this because, you know, this is all about the leaders that are the highest in the tree, right? You got your whoever's the highest. Primary colors, are we green? Are we green? Kind of pick a shape here. We don't need to have the maroon there on the secondary. Mr. Panda, and that is actually the very reason why we're playing. We want to overcome the challenge of starting out a new game. What do we think though, guys? We got to pick some sort of color here. I don't know if I want to do yellow and green or green on green. But the shape here is kind of putting the secondary in the foreground a bit too much for me. Don't want to spend too much time on it. That's acceptable. It might not be to you, but I'm going to keep moving. The Druskish Enlightened Kingdom. What type of ships do we use? Do we use kind of these blocky mammalian ships? Or, because we're sloths and we like trees, do we have more of a leafy design? This comes with the Plantoid DLC. It's also like humanoid, you know, avian. And you can pick a different ship types. We'll look at those later when we get to it. I think we already did the plant cities. Let's do the plant ships. We are sloths. Okay, and then we get our ruler. I mean, it's got to be Drewski, right? And you know, we could say High King, but in honor of the stream, what if the title is just Pastor? Right? Giving up and clicking. So I normally I would take a little bit more time on some of it. I am trying to respect your time and keep it moving. Keeping it moving. So what kind of says sloth to us the most? Something like that. That's pretty royal. Here we are. This is almost like a megachurch pastor if we're going to have him as a king. Oh well, too late now. What's the Sloths with most? The setup for Crusader Kings. We're just gonna stick. I'm not gonna worry about the rest. We're gonna stick with this. Now, what type of governor, what type of leader did our king come from? This is a new thing with the latest DLC. Was he a governor? Was he an admiral, a general, or a scientist? So he could have a spark of genius, which would give our whole empire extra research, which is actually really good. If he is a governor, we get a little stability, which is productivity on everywhere. Preliminary 24-hour warm-up creations. Yes. So now that we're almost done creating our race. You know, thanks everyone for watching. It's been a great stream. I'll see you tomorrow. No, we're not done. Maybe we will do the Spark of Genius. Just because this is Drewski, right? Maybe that's why. Now he could be charismatic. He could have some charisma, which nobody can deny. We could have extra things as well. Like he could have an eye for talent. This is more leader experience game. This one's actually quite nice, but my experience is that this one shows up as a random addition fairly often. So I feel like I see that a lot, but not so much the Spark of Genius. Next week we'll play. All right, so here is the whole thing. And if you had forgotten, our unique setup here, our themes that we're going to try to roleplay as, is we're focused on leaders. The highest sloths in the tree. We're focused on that, and then we also have a fear of the dark. And so this background again is saying that a century ago, one of the planets in this Empire's home system was destroyed by a freak asteroid. Oh, this is important. We need to know this. So 100 years ago, this happened. Some believed this was a malicious attack by an alien species. Others brushed off these concerns as mere paranoia. The tension between the two groups grew so great that a newly terraformed planet was granted to the fear-mongers. So we are the faction that says, let's get out there into the stars. Our neighbors within our home system are the ones that say, you're going to regret this. We need to stay at home. Stay in the trees. So that's the story. That's what we're stepping into here. I'm going to save the group. We're going to hit done. And then our settings for the game, these of course change your game immensely. I'm going to keep most of my normal settings, and what those normal settings are is I tend to slow down the gain of technology and traditions because I feel like it makes them matter for a little bit longer. So they cost 2.5 times more. This just have my own personal preferences. Like this, you can play however you want. We don't have the maximum. Maximum is 1,000 stars, but we're just going to keep those for the moment. One thing I want to point out is I do play on Grand Admiral difficulty. It's the highest. Scaling difficulty would actually make it to where it actually starts off on the normal difficulty, and then eventually it reaches Grand Admiral. We don't want that. We start at Grand Admiral. AI modifiers, so the AI gets extra benefits, and the AI is highly aggressive. What all this is going to mean? We don't know what sort of game we're going to get into, but it's going to be hard. Right? There's going to be a really good chance that our peaceful sloth people will be beset by enemies. And the goal will be to make them friends or make other friends to protect us. Because again, I'm not very good at making ships and fleets and all of that. We're just going to focus on friends. And so we don't have any extra things. These are basically like standard things in the game. So we're going to leave all those on. And it is Iron Man mode. So no save scumming here. And by the way, I highly recommend if you ever do play the game, you make sure you keep that Iron Man mode on. Do not save scum. The game is designed to where you don't have like one event ruin the game for you where you have to just quit and start a new game. Now that happens. But most of the time when a negative thing happens, it's designed to be part of your story. You adapt and overcome. And so you overcome that difficulty and you keep going on, and that's part of the game. Like embrace that and have fun with that. That's a big thing in all Paradox games. So don't save scum, keep Iron Man mode on. It's also the only way to get achievements. So there we go. We're going to go ahead and get started. A full stream for ship designs, that could be. Now once again, we're going to try to roleplay this. Okay, we're going to try to enjoy this as much as possible, not try to make it min-max and do the strategic things all the time. So here again is our introduction thing here, where we have a century ago something happened. But here's a little more detail. So the planet we now call the Divider. That's this. Oop, I was going to zoom in on it, but I'm holding Alt. That's him over here. That's this world. It exploded. The world was the beginning of our disassociation. At first, we brushed off the destruction as a freak occurrence, but there were some on Twitch who believed it was a premeditated attack on our species. This faction hypothesized that our radio transmissions had been detected by some distant alien race, a race that replied with a planet-cracking projectile. These dissenters urged us to prepare for the day when the aliens would return to finish us off. Many dismissed their concerns as paranoia. The political division between the two camps continued to grow. Planet-wide civil unrest culminated in the creation of a treaty that granted the dissidents a terraforming candidate, a planet upon which they would be free to reside in seclusion without any interference from us. With the advent of the hyperdrive, a new source of tension has arisen. While we are eager to greet the galaxy, our neighbors stand resolutely in opposition. All right, there's the Divider. So we hit begin. All right, so the first thing when you start a game, you're going to be presented with your home system, but you're not going to spend a lot of time looking at your home system. So we're going to take a moment to look at it now. We have our world Twitch, and we orbit, or they orbit us. It looks like we're orbiting each other. Looks like the Den. Okay, and so it's a separate entity, the Druskite commune. We can even have diplomatic relations with them. How many different starting scenarios? There's I want to say close to 20. A treaty? So these are the neighbors, and you'll notice here I'm bringing up us. It tells us we are xenophile. We love aliens. You know, we want to make friends. We're pacifist and we're spiritualist. Our neighbors are egalitarian and fanatic xenophobe. So this means they prefer promotion of freedom of the individual as opposed to centralization of power in the state. That the opposite would be authoritarian. But they are fanatic xenophobes. So while we're xenophile, they're xenophobe. So those are opposites. We're not going to get along very well because of that. In fact, our relations currently neutral but trending downward. Now we can have interactions with them as time goes on, and we'll come to that later. But there they are. Here we are. This is our home world, and I have the by choice. I have the non-modded base game everything with the DLCs. So there are UI mods that you could have that very much improve the experience. The outliner in particular has much to be desired. But so that you have this is the best way to kind of show the game. We're doing everything the basics. Now that said, if you played the game a couple years ago, this is totally different. If you played the game when it first started, even more different. So we're just going to kind of go with this here. Our home world, size 16, that's how many districts we can have. That's the little colored blocks. Each district can have a theme. We can have a food district, a mineral district, an energy district. And then we have advanced resources for industry. And then city gives us extra housing and buildings. And buildings down here, we have a research lab. We got some temples. Remember, we're spiritualistic people. That generates other unity for us. So science, unity, and we have some extra slots for more things. I'm not going to go down every little thing, but I'll kind of give my reasoning and why I pick things as we go. The planet also has some side effects of our tumultuous past. So we have some industrial wastelands that if we clear up at the cost of a bunch of energy, we'll gain extra districts, agriculture districts in our place. Some of these you might be able to tell are blocked off. They have little like diagonal lines through them. There's also some slums. If we can clean up the slums, we can put the people to work. So we actually get an extra population. So this is my first pro tip. At the beginning of the game, most people don't realize you actually can get a free population right at the start of the game once you clear out the slum. So you start with 20 population, or it might be different with other starts. We can make that go to 21 right away, and that's very, very useful. So make sure that's a top priority for you. The planet has a bunch of other things going on, but you can see overall, it's generating science. It's consuming some minerals and energy to keep all these things going. There are 3 types of science. Let's check those out. There is a physics branch that's going to be themed in blue, society themed in green, and engineering in yellow or orange. And so what's going to happen is physics is going to be things like energy generation. It's going to be, as you see, shields. It also can be things like faster than light travel. Okay, so there's a lot of useful things coming out of physics. Society are going to be ways to improve our planets, whether getting rid of things that are blocking development on the planets, or maybe population growth, or other societal improvements. Engineering is where you get your ship designs and things like that. And so there's general themes there. To start with, though, I get the research benefits. So this is similar. If I get this tech, my researchers generate 20% more of the green. We already got 20% more of the yellow, and we don't have the option here. So because of our start, we have -1. So normally you have 3 to pick from. And we're going to pick energy management. This will help us with some energy generation. We're already in the negative. Now, part of the reason for all this is the game doesn't give you the same thing every time. It's almost like a deck of cards on the technology. And this is one of my favorite things about the game. It's not a static tech tree. You don't know what you're going to get, and you got to play the hand you're dealt. And so I didn't get the society, the physics version of extra research. So instead, I could get better shields on my ships. We're not going to go to war, so we're not worried about that. But this would give us more energy, which we're negative on. That's up top here. So I'm going to pick that. It's going to take a long time because we don't generate much research yet. But we'll get there. So this is kind of like the beginning scene that you might see. We've got a construction ship. He's in the starbase here. We'll move him out. But this is our home starbase. It's a nice looking game. You can actually see like there's a little inside starbase. Being our plant type loving people, we have like a little biodome there, a little river. Our first order of business is going to be to get more minerals. Minerals are what you need to build all the basic things. So that's our first order of business. Our next order of business is going to be our science ship. Pavel Statnik is one of our leaders. Remember, we're leader-centric here. And he is our scientist. So let's have a look actually at our government leaders to start with. Here's the pastor, Drewski. He is a spark of genius, so he's adding research to the empire. He also is an imperial ruler, giving extra leader trait options when we level up. And so here he is, age 38, not far off. Not far off. And here's Pavel. So he is our head of research. We've got our pastor, the head of the empire here, but we also have our head of research. And so as he levels up, he improves research on the empire, but he also is a genius. And so he's leveling up as well. Now, I would love to do a thing where I rename these guys to be named after you guys, but I don't actually know how to pick, because we can only have so many. We only have like 4 guys. We can have up to 6. And so I don't know how we would do that well. I'll take your input, though, and we might be able to rename these guys. So Pavel, though, he's going to be our explorer to begin with. So let's look at our map. This is the galaxy. We did a 800 star, 6 spiral arms. So the arms are relatively thin. Mechabellum battle, yes. That would work. So Pavel, he needs to go to a nearby star and start exploring it. You have kind of a fog of war. You can see how these lines are grayed out the farther away we get. These are the hyper lanes that we travel along. And the stars themselves have a grayed out name. So this one over here, Gamma Draconis and Yaria. We've not explored them, so they're grayed out. We're going to need to check out all these things. Can be the defender leader, yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and tell them to survey Gamma Draconis. But one of the most important things to do in this game is to get out there and explore. So we're actually not going to have just one scientist in charge of his science ship out exploring. We're going to build another one. So we're going to go to my shipyard and build a science ship. That costs 100 alloy. To build ships, that's an advanced resource. That's alloy. And so that just was all of our alloy right now. But we're going to plan on getting another scientist to go with that. Now, something we might do, this is another potential pro tip, is that in our government, and we'll keep him, but normally when I play a game, if I'm playing a pacifist type run, I don't really need an admiral because I'm not going to use the guy. Potentially, I could fire him and make room. We only have 6 total leaders that we can have at the beginning. That's this, there's so many things up here. I'm used to just looking at it, and I don't expect you guys to just see them all outright. But we can only have 6. He's taking up one of our 6 slots as an admiral. And so he's on our fleet. We have a few ships to begin with. But we're not going to use him. However, he did start with a couple of nice bonuses that help the whole empire. And that's particularly this Eye for Talent. All leaders in our empire are gaining 10% more XP. So we'll keep him around. Or her, Elena. So we'll have that. And there's a couple other things we can do. Back in our government, before I get started, we can make some policies and edicts. Okay? And again, this is, I'm not trying to make it complicated, I'm just trying to get us set up to where we can hit play, because the game's still paused. We haven't actually started. One of the things we're going to do is, because we picked a spiritualistic nation, one of the things that they do not like soulless robots. They are very much anti-robots as a rule. So we're actually going to start off outlawing robots to make our people happy when that starts becoming a thing. We also would consider whether or not we start with open borders when we meet anyone. We will, because we like aliens. But that's something that you might consider if you were playing. As well as your diplomatic stance. We're going to start off expansionist. This makes it easier to expand, but eventually we're going to want to be more cooperative with our neighbors, not causing border friction. You see the 100% bonus to border friction, that's a negative bonus to border friction. If we're cooperative, that actually is reduced not only by the 100%, but by an additional 50%. So we'll get along, but not yet. Not yet. So that's pretty much how I would set up a start. At the beginning here, you got energy, minerals, food. We're making a good amount of food. Consumer goods, all of your population needs something to... It's just a general sense of... It represents gadgets. It says gadgets, luxury, and goods necessary to give your pops a good life and to perform intellectual jobs such as research. So this is representing the commercial, the civilian arm of the industry of the people, as opposed to allies, which is pretty much all alloys, which is pretty much always military ships and things like that. So we're going to keep it that way. We've got our home world. It's ready to build some new things, but we just don't have the minerals, so we're just going to let it go. And I'm going to unpause. Now this is the normal speed, so we're going to see our ship starting to go. We'll check out our construction ship first. So he's building that mining station. He's building this mining station over this asteroid, which will get us some minerals per turn. Very important. So we'll go from 4 minerals a turn to 7. And meanwhile, an event thing popped up. We have a new heir. So if Drewski were to pass away, we now have an heir. If you played Crusader Kings, you're familiar. But there's not going to be anywhere near the intrigue between them. So our crown prince, Prince Xiong, which we could change to be a different name. He's sick today. Baby Drewski's sick today. He was up all night throwing up. So there's Baby Drewski. And so he's actually going to be one of our leaders now too. We actually have a whole extra leader. So what is he? Oh, he's a scientist. Perfect. We'll put him as a scientist on our next ship that we're building. So he'll go out and explore the cosmos and generally be the prince of our empire. Meanwhile, our science ship is about to leave. It's still paused, but it's about to leave the solar system for the first time. So we're going to keep him followed for a second. And we're going to go to the next star. Okay, here it is. It's a yellow star. And he automatically... Ooh. We've made our first contact with something. I'm going to hit OK. We've made first contact with the mysterious aliens in the Prime system. Now the game sometimes, if it doesn't know where they are exactly, it'll just say that it's in your home system, but it might actually be there. We'll have to go back to our system and check. For now, we've codenamed them the Zeta aliens until we can find out more about them. If they possess a language, we must decipher it in order to establish communications. Interesting. So there's actually an event chain of first contact with the Zeta aliens. So we'll check that out. Meanwhile, here's our science ship, and he's going to go do the USS Enterprise thing, and he's going to go scan. You can kind of see him doing a beam there, scanning each planet in turn. And when I told it to scan the system, it just set up a pattern to get every planet in the system. So he's going to go take care of that. Along the way, eventually we're going to check out Gamma Draconis 3, which we could tell from a distance through our telescopes. This is actually a habitable system. It's a tropical world. Now, we know how big it is, but we don't know anything about it. So it's a size 14, which is on the small side. But when our science ship arrives, we'll know what the disposition of the resources are, whether there's any specialty features, whether there's somebody already living there. So we'll find out eventually. But for now, he's just going to explore the system. We also finished our second science ship, and we're going to put Baby Drewski on there. So we have Pavel. We have Pavel. Hold on. So if we go ahead and do this, it was I think we might get enough for some of you more talkative types out there. Drek, I think you might just be our scientist there. G. Ito, you wanted to be the Minister of Defense, didn't you? I think it's more fun like this, right? Now, don't forget, these guys get old and die, so don't get too attached. And we'll get some more, too. In fact, we have a governor. What's our governor like? Werner. Elias, you're on the list. Take out the tissue. So Dutchy, I put you in charge of being the governor on the planet. Don't do me wrong. And Baby Drewski is going to go exploring. Now, one thing we might note is just because of our many-armed galaxy, this northeastern corridor here, there's a good chance this is a dead end. We don't know. The line fades as it reaches this star. We don't know what happens beyond that star. Is there a lane that connects it to the other arm? We don't know. But because there's a chance that it might not connect, this might be something we can fill in and explore at our luxury, at our leisure. We want to get out there and find territory before our neighbors find it. So we're going to go in this direction where we know it's going to reach the other arm. So we're going to send Baby Drewski to go check out the system of Yarida, while Drek is down here on Gamma Draconis. Right? There you go, Drek. And then we'll unpause. Now, we might even go ahead and get a third scientist right away, because you really do want to explore things. Aha! We have a contact report. The Drewskish Enlightened Kingdom has finally encountered fellow wanderers among the stars. That's right, we had our Zeta aliens. Despite their intentions being unknown and potentially even hostile, the atmosphere on Twitch, following the report from our contact fleet, can be best described as rapturous. Intriguing. Uh-oh. News of the discovery of intelligent alien life has reached Den. This is our fellow brethren who believe in a different way. However, instead of the fear and outrage that we expected from Den, they've instead gone silent. Multiple inter-system ships have returned to their dockyards, and several old FTL drives are missing from storage. It appears they're preparing for an excursion. Whoa, whoa. Now we have to make a choice. We either need to know what's going on, or we let them play their games. What's going to happen is if we need to know what's going on, our secure first contact modifier added for 5 years. Our first contact discovery speed is reduced. So if we try to find out about these aliens, it's going to take longer, 50% longer for 5 years. Or we let them play their games, and we actually get, on our kingdom, we'll have -5 stability for 5 years. Yeah, actually they are. They are preppers. They literally are. Like they're convinced. Don't forget, a planet blew up in our system. Something happened. And so they're convinced it was a hostile alien, and it might even be this alien. And so we might need to know what's going on. Partly because first contact discovery speed, we can handle that. But losing stability on your planet is this little teeter-totter icon. And the more stability you have, with us, stability is set, the base amount is 50%. It could go higher or lower. That's the teeter-totter. Because we're at 68%, we're actually getting 10% bonus resources from jobs, 10% bonus trade value, and 7 immigration pull. So by being 18% above the base, we're getting 10% more of everything. That's not bad. We don't want to lose 5% of that. Five of it would be 30% of the bonus there. So what if we do the? We need to know what's going on. Let's be nosy, check in on our neighbors, see what they have to say. But meanwhile, we should actually try to investigate our Zeta contacts. It says that they were in the Prime system. I actually doubt that. I don't think they were actually there. In fact, the game would have a yellow ship icon. You can see there's 3 different ships here. I'll tell you about that in a second. So I think this is more we spotted them with a telescope, but don't know where it was, and the game kind of defaults to your home. We're gonna send an envoy. Now we have 3 envoys. I don't know if I can rename them. We'll send Sanchez on the job for diplomatic relations. So over time, this is again a relatively new feature. If you played the game years and years ago, you now have to discover. You don't instantly know what you're dealing with. Is it an alien species that's traveling the stars like us? Or is it some space whale? They're out there, right? So we got to find out. So there's that. And we're scanning this. We do have a bit of a problem with us losing energy credits each turn. But not a lot we can do about it. Actually there is. I'm going to lower the number of farmers. We're very, very focused on our food. I'm going to lower the number of farmers, and now we'll have less food, and they're going to be more evenly distributed. It put them over in the mines, which is fine, because we're only getting 4. So when the month rolls over, so we're already in the 3rd month of the game. You can see 2203.26. If you have some high resolution on your stream, you can see the numbers in the corner. So we're on day 26 of if you want to put it in our calendar, it's March 26th. When we hit, there's only 30 days in every month. When we get to the next month, everything rolls over. So because we just changed our food production, when that month rolls over, the food will go down, the minerals will go up. We're at plus 21 food, plus 4 minerals. There's the rollover. A new event has popped up, but now we're at plus 5 food and 15 minerals. So we're just doing some little micromanagement of our planet. But we also have something here. A recent encounter with alien lifeforms has reignited and made suddenly more urgent the old debate on how we should approach contacting any potentially intelligent alien civilizations we may meet. While some advocate focusing on establishing friendly relations as quickly as possible by contacting them with a message of peace, others advise caution, pointing out that we cannot know whether oft alien minds build ill intent towards us, and that it would be unwise to let them know too much about us before it is necessary. This is like a real life problem. If any of you have ever like read up, watched documentaries, or are old enough to remember the Voyager space probes, they're the farthest things out. They've officially left our solar system. And we included information about who we are as a species on the things. And so there's some debate at the time on whether or not that's wise. And we get to decide our policy. There are normally 3 types. Yeah, the golden record, exactly. There are normally 3 types, but because we're xenophile, we are prevented from being a more aggressive, hostile approach. That's grayed out. But we can greet them with open arms or be cautious. I think it's going to be sticking to our theme of being xenophile. We're friendly. We want to get out there, meet people. So we're going to be proactive, and it's going to give us extra influence. Now, I didn't talk about influence in Unity. You've got our basic resources. We need the red stuff to build. That's the minerals. We need the green stuff to feed our people, and the brown stuff to feed our people. Like they actually use that to stay alive, but also use it for scientists and things. The pink and blue alloy stack here, this is our ship building and outpost building material. But at the beginning of the game, the most important one is this purple. Influence. We expend influence when we claim a new planet or star around us, a star. So a base empire, it costs 75 influence per star. So you actually have to pick and choose. You can't just grab everything. Eventually you can, but initially it's important which one. This bluish, I don't know how to describe the symbol here, the rings here, is Unity. That's a really fun one, and shortly we'll get to that. We'll have something pop up, but we'll kind of let that marinate for a second. Beyond that, you can see 61. That's our science. It's broken down with 20 of each research type. As time goes on, that'll differentiate more. And we're gonna unpause and just kind of see what happens. Our science ships, Drek has moved on from that moon, and now he's on the main planet of Gabman Draconis 7. Baby Drewski has arrived in the next system. Lots to check out here. Looks like lots of asteroids. Maybe we'll have a lot of minerals over here. And our construction ship back home has finished the mine on the asteroid, and this is the final thing in our home system. So there's nothing left for our construction ship to gather. Yes, doing science. So he's gonna hang tight for a little bit here. We are still concerned about our energy, but we can sell surplus resources to get energy if need be. Energy is basically money. It's money, it's gold, it's whatever you might think of in an equivalent game. So energy is your money. So we'll unpause. Here's Drek again with the camera back to where it originally was. Scanning. Moving along. And they kind of have their own little adventures. You follow their stories. Baby Drewski moving on to the next asteroid. And you can set the time to go faster. I'm just trying to enjoy this for a little bit here. Oh. We have recovered artifacts from an ancient alien civilization on N014397. I think that's Baby Drewski. Yep. Artifacts on this asteroid. From what we have translated so far of their language, we've learned that these aliens call themselves the Eurasian Concordat. They were an interstellar power that held sway over this region of the galaxy a little over 1 million years ago. They appeared to have been 6-limbed mammalians, and there are several references to some sort of plague called the Javorian Pox, which swept across their empire with devastating results, possibly leading to their extinction. Interesting. Interesting. This actually results in us finding some minor artifacts, which are something that we can utilize for other things as the game progresses. So we'll look at those later. I don't want to overwhelm with too many. There's so many different resource type things we can collect, but those will be an important thing mid-game. Okay. We're starting to get a little bit of minerals. I actually should make another science ship so we can get Elias out there. It's letting us know we're actually getting in trouble with our energy. All these things cost energy to maintain. So this little message pop up, and we can sell something. I can sell some food. 100 food. Selling 100 food gives us 70 energy. And we finished our science ship. So time to hire a new leader. Now, if you remember at the beginning of the game, we have one less in the leader pool. Normally there's 3. Normally we have 3 available, but we only have 2 to pick from now. So, these are our 2 candidates. This one has a spark of genius, which only affects if we have them as a counselor. Now, Elias might very well have that spark of genius, but we're not going to be able to benefit from it in the game. However, also a perfectionist, which gives a extra 10% chance to discover anomalies. And anomalies are so much fun in this game. This is very appealing just for that ability alone. But there is another option. This other one is resilient. He'll likely live an extra 10 years longer on average. He surveys 15% faster. Remember, that's what we're doing. And he also has the anomaly discovery chance. So when he's surveying, there's a better chance to find it, and he's doing it faster. But there's a negative trait. The negative trait is that if we do have him go back and assist research on a planet to bonus overall research, of course you do, it'll be at a reduced effect. Now, we're not planning on using that, so we're not too worried about that. The main downside of Matthias here is the age. As you all know, 41 is ancient, absolutely ancient. I'm 40, by the way. But it does matter. These people do eventually die off. Now he has the extra 10 years, which is why we're going to justify this, because the other one is 7 years younger. But with the extra average 10 more years, we think this one's going to be all across the board a better investment. Now it costs us 97 to hire of our Unity. We've built up 400 Unity. We're going to spend 97 of this. And it costs a maintenance fee, an upkeep fee of 1.8. And so we're going to not be making 40, we're going to be making like 38, but it's going to be worth it. 44. Ancient, I said. Ancient. So we're going to pick this up, hire the leader, and rename. I was thinking Elias as in like how I would actually spell Elias, not how you spell. Because I've been butchering your name ever since you've started joining the channel here. E-A-L-E. Alright, Elias. Since we're looking at our star system here, it looks like we might have like a one-way route out here. So our constellation of stars this is definitely a dead end. We definitely don't have a line continuing out, so this is a dead end. This may be a dead end, but this is definitely our only way out. So we could, either we go up this way to confirm, and maybe we'll do that, but very likely we need to get out this way and start exploring north and south along that arm, or we're trapped, and we don't want to be trapped. We'll do a single survey, and what happens is your science ships can detect the hyperlanes a couple spaces out, like 2 spaces out. So space being a star, just counting the stars, not actually distance on the screen. And so right here we can detect up to this planet, this star, but if we move forward one, we can detect one further out. And if there is one further out, we'll know. So we'll do that. Meanwhile, we've scanned the star here and learned that that would generate some energy credits with a solar collector. There's some trade value on that asteroid over there. Over with, here's Elias. Here's your system. Lots of gas giants. Drek has found a little bit of energy, and you've scanned the planet. Let's check out Gamma. So Gamma Draconis, that's that Cyphers 14. These are the different districts. You'll notice that they're all different. There's not much natural minerals to be had on the planet. Only one mining district. So this would not at all be do a little bit of scanning. This would not be a mining planet at all. However, there's an absolute ton of agriculture. This is a farming world. This is our breadbasket world. So that's going to be very useful. If we can develop this world into that, our capital will not have to do any food, and it can do other things. And that's actually a good thing usually. So now there's something else on our capital that might be a good time to point out. Our capital has some crime. We've got some issues here. So this little window is the main window you're going to look at most of the time when you have a planet. It tells you how much crime you have. And our governor, Duchy, is doing his best. He's reducing crime by 3, but we still have 16 total crime, so we have 13 crime. We need some help there. We also have 18 available housing. That's 18 individual pops, we call them. That's a lot. We've got surplus housing, but that's okay. The people are a little bit happy too. This is our amenities. So because on the plus side, they're a little bit happy. The more bonus, the happier they are, the more productive they are. But now the most important are the bottom 2. This left one is how many jobs are available for new pops. We have 8 available. When that's 0, any new growth is not being put to use. And then if we don't have anyone being put to use, they're over here on this unemployment. And that means that they've just got to go find somewhere else to be productive. So if we look at our population, the reason why we have crime is nobody's doing the job of enforcer. And crime is taking away from our productivity, so we need to actually have some police. We need to refund the police. So I'm going to click that and prioritize it. And now the game says, oh, you want to have that, and so now it's prioritized. I took it back off. So what happened is it took one of our lower stratum workers, what is it? Blue collar, if you will, worker, and brought them up to a specialist. You have your ruling class, your specialist class, your worker class. Now, not all empires are going to focus on like any differences in class, but this is just going to be on a practical scale. Who the people out there mining and farming are going to be different from the scientists, the priests, the artisans. It just once you bring them up, they don't want to go back down to the lower stratum. So we brought up, by clicking that, we brought up a miner up here. So now we got rid of our crime. And if I were to delete that, it would actually take time for him to accept the idea of going back down to being a worker. There he is. There's our enforcer guy. Now, each individual population, they have their own preferences. This particular guy, he's a spiritualist. This one's a xenophile. One of the other ones will be the pacifist. So we picked all three, but each pop can only be one. What's going to end up happening is our empire will have factions based on how many people are of each persuasion, and you need to make those factions happy. So if I can make the pacifists happy, those pops will be more productive. But if I'm not making the spirituals happy, they will be less productive. And so you'll have to balance that. So I'm unpausing. We're going to keep scanning. The energy credits are continuing to go down because we built that extra science ship. That costs money. Anything you build costs money. And you can see overall, we're seeing those resources that you guys were scanning that's appearing on the map. So the 3 energy on the star there. Baby Drewski has found some minerals. So we've got a couple. The star, one of the moons, is generating minerals. This asteroid is particularly rich with 4 minerals. 2 is the norm. And they're going to just continue along. But it's telling you on the main map that there's more minerals here than here, but this one has a planet. So we're going to have to decide which one do we want to go take first. Also, Elias has arrived over here, and because of our scanning, we can now clearly see this is a dead end as well. But there's a black hole over there I kind of didn't see initially. Got a black hole. It's going to be fun to check all this out, but it might not be our top priority. We might scan this and then turn around and go this way.
System survey complete.
Okay, we've finished. Drek has finished scanning. We're going to move him on to the next one. And then something we can do, this is something I highly recommend you get good at, is the hotkeys of scanning. If I hold shift, I can right-click the next planet as well. So he'll survey, and I could potentially do all of them if I want. And that's actually recommended to do that. But for the moment, just to kind of keep everyone at the forefront, we'll not do a lot of that. But we finished Gamma Draconis. That means we can go claim it. You cannot colonize it until you own it in your borders, and you can't own your borders until you've scanned it. It has now been scanned, so we're going to send our construction ship there. It's going to cost 75 of the purple, that's our influence, we're up to 162, and 90 alloys. We have the resources, we're going to tell them to do the job. So there goes our construction ship.
System survey complete.
Oh, something has happened. Let's check this out. Elias, over on Sinestra 3, you have found a small rectangular object on the surface of the planet. It's deflecting all scanning beams like a mirror. Our sensors are unable to determine its material composition. Now, your determination is that this is probably a routine type of anomaly, and so you're estimating 150 days to be able to finish the anomaly. Now, normally that is in fact accurate. My personal preference is that if it's over 300 days, we will not do it because we have to keep scanning these planets to expand. But 150 is acceptable to me. Everyone will have a different tolerance of how much. So every day, you're progressing this thing. Normally it takes 180. You can see the stats here. But because we have this fear of the dark, we want to we are the ones who want to go out and explore. We're getting a 20% bonus to the anomaly, so we're going to research that. So Elias now is going to hang tight and scan this. He's got a little bar. You're on the ISS Sojourner, and you're going to be scanning this. When that fills up, we'll find out what that rectangular object was. And then there's other planets too. There's this cool volcanic world. Oh, something else has happened. A scientist from Den, remember they went dark, has requested to join us on Twitch. Meng Yang styles themselves something as a martyr. In traveling to our doomed world, he hopes to preserve our technology from destruction by outside forces. He'll be studying local dietary choices in an attempt to improve life on Den. I can accept this and have a new scientist in our leader pool, which is fine to be, or I can tell him to stay on his rock. Now, I don't mind the idea of having another scientist. The problem is we're actually already at capacity. We can go over capacity, but it will cost an upkeep and a decrease on our experience gain. So it's a soft cap rather than a hard cap. So we could do it, but this says our leader pool, which means we don't actually immediately hire them. So let's just check it out. Pause. Oh, no, it actually went straight to this is not our leader pool. This actually went straight to us. That is not at all what I expected. But he's actually great. He's level 5. All of our guys are level 1. He is level 5. He costs a lot to maintain. He's 10 unity to maintain, but he is cunning, which means he has a 5% bonus to research speed when he's on a science ship. And that homesteader thing, remember he said he wanted to help us grow food? He's actually going to give us 32 food every month. We're only generating 6 food every month. So he could vastly increase our resource production. These other two are X'd out because he's not on the council. We could put him on the council and get these benefits. One would be ship upkeep and army upkeep is reduced. That's only important if you have a navy. We do not. But he also has a hyper focus. He is going to give a research speed boost to the entire empire if we do that. Additionally, by being level 5, he's a veteran. He has an extra trait, and that's a researcher. Another 7%. So this is actually a 13% science boost across the whole empire if we put him as a counselor. However, we're over our cap, and our current head of research is giving us 3%. Drek, you're not anywhere near as smart as this guy. So we like the guy. We want to have the research. The problem is, can we afford the overcapacity of the leaders? We're paying an extra 16% upkeep and 13%. We're gaining 13% less experience. That's a tough sell. However, these are some really good benefits, and I can't really bring myself to fire you guys. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have IVG. There's IVG. We're gonna keep you. But we're also gonna fire Drek from being the head of research. You're not getting fired from the Empire. School systems on Twitch. Yes, that's true. But IVG is now our new head of research. So we're gonna get all those benefits. We're gonna have 13% instead of 10% bonus to our science. And for what it's worth, cheaper ship upkeep. So, Drek's still out there doing his thing. But now we have a scientist with no job. We need yet another science ship. This is a little bit out of hand, but we're going to run with it. We now have 4. Once we finish that science ship, we'll have 4 science ships running around. And this is going to cost us a lot on our Unity. Your proudest moment. Okay, this is one of my favorite things about the game is traditions. We have accumulated enough Unity to have a tradition of our empire. Drek. You got demoted. So let's check this out. If you will remember Civilization 5, not 6, but 5, where they had the civic trees, that is this. It is absolutely this, except you can pick which trees you want. So what's going to happen is there's a dozen different potential tradition trees we can adopt. We're going to pick one now. But we can only have a total of 7. So our empire, by the end of the game, will have a 7 picked that are different from somebody else. And so they might have all the same starts, but different traditions, so they're different again. We're going to select. So these are all the traditions we can pick from, and I'm not going to go through every one of them. But you might imagine there's going to be some that focus on certain things. So for example, the diplomacy tradition, self-explanatory. We likely will have that because we want to be friendly. Discovery, this is going to increase science. We have a lot of scientists. This would actually be very helpful. And there's several other ones. We're not going to get to all of them. What we are going to start off with, though, is actually going to be this one here, aptitude. Because we already determined at the start of the game that we want to have a leader-centric empire, and this is the leader-centric tradition, so it fits. So what's going to happen is each of these icons represents a single tradition point. We have 1 point now, but adopting it is an additional point. So it actually takes 6 total points to complete the tree. When we adopt it, we get a benefit. Each one of these icons is a benefit, and when you get all 6 together, you get a bonus benefit. So when we first click this, we're actually going to get 2 things, an adoption effect. We're going to get a new agenda that we're going to run from the council. We haven't talked about that yet. And all of our leaders get an extra trait, including new ones and existing ones. They'll all have an extra trait. So we're going to go through and see what everyone gets. That's going to be amazing. Very excited about that. Afterwards, we'll start getting other things, like our cost for our leaders will go down. We'll increase the pool size. Remember how that was a problem? We reduced it. Experience gain for leaders, lifespan increase, different things, all very important. We're going to get it. And this costs $750.
Council agenda available.
Okay, so now we can use a new leadership conditioning agenda. And what this is all about, back in our government where we had Pastor Drewski, Gito, and IVG on our head high council of the empire, we are working as a council, we're working towards a specific political agenda. And that right now is the agenda of infinite opportunities. It starts the game with this. And so as the agenda is being pushed, we're getting an initial modifier. People are 4% happier. When we launch it, we're going to make people 10% happier. That's the end of the agenda, but it'll last for 10 years. So we'll have a happiness boost. What we just gained was another possibility to choose after this agenda is complete to do a new agenda. And so we'll check it out then. But there's a whole list of things we can choose from to try to, at this moment in time, what's important for us. And so it's just like any sort of campaign promise type thing where, people say they'll do something and then, usually not do it. So that's the plan. We're still short money, but we're going to progress.
Anomaly found.
Aha. We found some energy emissions. This is Baby Drewski. Baby Drewski over here has an asteroid with an anomaly. Strong energy emissions from an unknown origin make this asteroid stand out from the rest of its peers in the crowded asteroid field. We don't know why. It's going to take us 100 days. Let's do it. So Baby Drewski's going to check that one out. Almost done with this system. Our construction ship has arrived at Gamma Draconis and is building a little starbase here to claim, it's an outpost to claim the system. Kind of see it growing. It's actually reminiscent of Homeworld Cataclysm when they built ships, if you remember that animation. While conducting surface scans on Sinister 3, Science Officer Elias and the crew of the ISS Sojourner discovered what appears to be an artificially carved slab of rock covered in alien writing. They have not detected any other signs of alien activity on the planet, and exactly how this mural came to be here is a mystery. We've prepared a special project to translate this text. This is that rectangular object you were checking out. It was defying all scans, right? So this is, it's turned out that is a slab of rock covered in alien writing. It's fascinating, and now we have a special project to translate it.
Situation log update.
So we pause the game, and we basically have a choice here. Elias has finished scanning the system. We can move on and scan the next system, or we can spend an extra 180 days to translate the mural. Of course we're going to translate, but it added it to our situation log. This is the list of all of the things going on. So we've got our investigation of the Zeta aliens. He's been trying to work on this, figuring out who they are. We have not made much progress. It's rolling a die every so many days, and we'll see what happens there. The precursors, we heard about those people a million years ago in our home area. If we can find some artifacts, we'll figure out what happened to them. But this is the new thing. to translate the mural. We're going to tell it to research. I can either click it here or from the map. So Elias is going to work on that. Here's our new ship. IVG assigned. And we're going to send IVG out to the new land. We need to get out there. You're going to head to the west. Aha, an event on our first contact. This is us trying to investigate the Zeta aliens. We've picked up readings of unknown nature. The signals seem to follow some kind of repeating syntax, which could indicate sapient origin. It should be investigated further. They seem to be concentrated around a single space station, though it is unclear whether this forms a part or of a larger spacefaring civilization. All right. We still don't know who they are, but we know that it might be intelligent. Running low on cash. We've got all this extra food. We're going to sell some food again. Oh, this was that asteroid. Remember where it was having an energy source? That asteroid is pockmarked with craters from weapon blasts and appears to have been used as a target range by someone roughly 2 millennia ago. Residual energy readings suggest that they tested increasingly exotic weaponry, including subspace bombs and some kind of singularity generator. Our scientist would be interested in studying the unusual energy echoes that remain. Interesting. So it has added a source of science research permanently on that system. So +3 science. Remember, we're gaining 20 of each type. This is 3 of the blue, the physics research, if we were to claim the system. So just...
complete.
Okay, lots of things just happened. So this Yidra now has a little bit more going on in it. We also have a new archaeological site. Somebody just found a debris belt. Where is... Oh, it's over here. We see it. We can scan it because we have our outpost. Our outpost, actually, in Gamma Draconis, is scanning Tag Early, and this is the archaeological icon. So because we're adjacent to it, we can see there's some sort of debris out there. Our scans in the system show it's an asteroid belt. It's an unusual variety. Instead of the standard mix of rocks, ice, and space rubble usually makes up such formations, seems to be the remains of a number of large artificial habitats. These must have been destroyed with incredible violence sometime in the last few millennia. Untold secrets may be contained within the resulting debris field, but it is so extensive that charting it out would take quite some time. Okay, now that we've claimed this, we can build on this energy station. So it costs us some minerals, but we'll have a station to help out with our deficit. And that's going to be something that Drek is going to have to check out here shortly. When Drek's done with this one planet, pause. There you go. So now he'll go there instead first. You're on it. You can see Elias, he's got a different icon. He's progressing on the special project here. And we found another archaeological site. A strange asteroid, seemingly unremarkable at first. Closer examination of it has revealed that it's actually an artificial construct designed to mimic a natural asteroid. So that's this thing here.
Construction complete.
some political intrigue there. All right. IVG is heading out
Ready.
into the next arm of the galaxy, and our council agenda is ready. So this is where we're going to jump from 4% bonus happiness to 10%. It lasts for 10 years, and now we pick a new agenda. There's a number of things we can do here. This is specifically because we are of a spiritualist ethic, and so that focuses on happiness of the people and also creating more spiritualist, and it would give a bonus amount of unity, per priest we have in the Empire. We have 4 priests, so 200 unity. That's not a lot of unity. This, however, is just a general thing to have the ideas and theories for new ways to improve ourselves in evolving society. We could have a 10-year 40% bonus to unity. That's going to be a lot. Or we could expand the council. Instead of having 3, we could have 4. That seems amazing, in fact. That's probably a top priority for us. However, we could do leadership conditioning. This is very nice at the beginning. What this does is it's going to give us experience gain increase, but also when we launch it, all leaders that are level 4 or less will gain a level and experience if they're not. So that's amazing right now. No chance. Our xenophile ethics, we've got an option for that, as well as our peaceful pacifist ethics. There's all different choices. Our top 2 will likely be to expand the council or do this. Because right now our leaders are such a big deal, we're going to focus on that. So that's going to take us 189 months, turns if you will, to finish. But when it does, we'll get a huge jump in experience for everybody. Okay. Our construction ship is done here. During its survey of the Ruinum 4A, that means it's a moon on Ruinum 4. That's down here. That's Drek. The Walter Raleigh, that's your ship, Drek, discovered several exotic gases previously unknown to us. These gases have a variety of different uses, particularly in the operation of advanced energy-based weaponry and force fields. Some of the gases can also be used as starship fuel or even as recreational drugs. While we do not yet possess the means to extract the resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. This is an advanced resource that's not even on the list here, that is now present in the star. It's grayed out because we don't have the tech, but if we definitely want to get the system because it'll have those gas. All right, we finished that special project. We've translated the mural. Elias. That one would come in peace. Can the to the really be really small on my business card? Oh, you're talking about the assistant to the head. That's right. Oh my. All right, so Elias, you found you translated it. You've managed to partially translate the alien mural discovered on Sinister 3. It's a memorial for an extinct alien race that once maintained a small interstellar empire in this region. This is different from those Zarassian guys. They were apparently exterminated by the creators of the mural, a fact that they seemed to regret. Given that the mural has been dated in excess of 300 million years old, it's likely that the creators are also extinct by now. Perhaps the most interesting of all is the material that the mural was made of. Despite its age, it is in remarkably good condition. Amazing. Elias gains bonus experience, and the Empire gains bonus research. So we'll get 250 extra research towards our nanomechanics technology. It costs 5,000, we're 750 in. So it's going to gain that, and Elias is leveled up. Our first level up. Now, normally you only get like 2 or 3, depending on your empire. We have a bonus choice here. And so we get to add on a new skill. And I forgot, everyone got a bonus skill because of that thing. We got all skills coming out our ears here. So right now, we can choose to have level 2 of any of these. So you already have level 1. If you're a roamer, you're already level 1. You're getting bonus speed to surveying. That's good. That's what we're doing right now. Exotic gas. You can make that even faster. This is probably the one we're going to pick. It's this perfectionist one. So we have a 10% discovery chance. We'd bump that up to 15 for anomalies. We like anomalies. We want more. Or experience gain. Right now you're 10% bonus. You can make that 20. Or your lifespan. 10 years. Make it 20 years. But the most important thing right now, I think, is extra anomaly discovery. Can your skill be head of research? Let's look at all of our leaders, because everyone gains something. So Drewski gained the Eye for Talent. So everyone in the whole empire is gaining 10% more experience. Wonderful. IVG, your new thing looks like was to be a politician, which means you're even better on the council now, because that's a council position. That's this thing here. So all the counselors gain 10% more experience. So those of us who are, worthy, we're going to get extra experience. And when we get factions, they're going to like us that much more. Thank you, IVG. However, moving on, we just did Elias here. Duchy looks like if you were on the council, you're now a champion of the people. You make people happy, but you're not on the council, so we're not getting that. Drek is now level 2. You actually got, your genius went smarter. You actually now, instead of 3%, are 6%. Very good, Drek. It's still just less. It's still less than the total amount from IVG. Sorry. You're an excellent assistant to the head of research. G. Ito also has an eye for talent. Or was it the naval capacity? Adding extra things. Baby Drewski is an archaeologist. Very nice. Good bonuses all around. Elias is done over here in the corner. Because we have 2 this way, let's continue our backfill here. Was that setting off the moderator? It actually didn't tell me anything. Your genius went smarter. I mean, it's true. I find that at the end of a streaming session, I'm out of words. Drek, is it still doing that? Oh, no, it's just doing to IVG now what it used to do to you. So this actually happened to Drek a lot. And it doesn't tell me at all. It just, the automod just starts flagging everything. And it's clearly a bug because normally when it flags, it's supposed to tell me, and it's not telling me. So, apologies. I don't know how to fix it. Drek has leveled up. Well, since you're not on the council, we're not gonna pick a council trait. That's this champion of the people or politician. You're gonna be a better perfectionist. More anomalies. Get out there and scan things. And we're gonna send Baby Drewski to the northeast there. No, you're not on the council. We kicked you off. IVG's on the council. He's better at it. That is the council. The head of research is the position on the council. It's the same thing. That is what happened. The council slot was for head of research, and you got replaced permanently. Yes, more smartness. But is he granted the rank of master? No, he's denied. Demand a recount. A good enough perfectionist? Clearly not. All right, we still, like, our people are growing. They're filling in these jobs that we have down here. This is our growth population here. So we have, when this bar fills up, we get a new population. When we get new population, they will fill in the empty job slots. The reason why the farming has a minus arrow is because we're actually making plenty of farmers. In fact, because of IVG and is brilliant, so much more brilliant than any other potential head of research, we actually have surplus food again. So we're actually going to relocate these farmers to other tasks. Might even go ahead and do all of them. So that's going to put them now as technicians, and they're going to actually put us on the plus side on energy. So when this updates, we'll drop down from the 37 down to 21, but now we're no longer -4, we're plus 12. I don't like having to manipulate these because as the game goes on, we'll have a lot of planets, and I don't want to have to manage that. But for now, it's important. Signs of precursor activity. This is the Erassian Concordat that we talked about, that were here. There's signs of activity by an ancient precursor civilization in the inhospitable rock. However, this is way too hard for Drek. He can't handle it. Now, if he were higher level, maybe it'd actually be a little easier. But Drek, this is out of Drek's league, like many other things. It doesn't matter who it is. We will not be spending 1,200 days on this. We're gonna leave it, and we'll come back to that anomaly later. That's a level 8. Put me in, coach. It's a level 8 anomaly. We'll get to it later.
System survey complete.
All right, so Drek finished his system. We're building our outpost in the critical bridge system here because this whole thing is a dead end. We've got to get out. We've got to escape our dead end, and it looks like there's something going on in the Mykna system. Minoka, there's something here. There's a giant space station, and it has a fleet power of 22.5 1.3k, 22,000. Our starter fleet, just hanging out right here,
System survey
whoa,
complete.
is 166. So we're, you know, that's a scary station, but maybe they're friendly. All right, we found another sign of precursor activity. This time it's IVG. It's also a level 8, but because IVG is level 5 scientist, it's only going to be 450 days as opposed to 1200. But even then, 450 days is unacceptably long because we need to get out there and explore. So we're going to leave that one be as well. You know what? I am so glad. This is actually, like, I get so much out of the game when I take my time. Most of the time when I play solo, I've seen all this before, and so I end up just clicking through things and I never get to enjoy it. And this is stopping and smelling the roses, so I hope you guys are having fun. Stream of consciousness. It kind of is, isn't it? But I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. Okay, so a couple things just happened here with this. We claimed the star. The outpost, which can detect the systems adjacent, has detected that there's another planet over in the Hakoja system. That's important. We need to be colonized. In fact, I forgot. We need to go colonize this one. Let's get on that. We're going to send a colony ship over there. And there's another one. So we have that, but also, because this system had some trade value. If you remember, there was the asteroids there that had like the archaeology thing. There's some trade good things of knickknacks and whatever that people like to be found in the system. So there was 7 of it, which translates to 7 energy, and it's automatically being collected. There's a whole sub menu here in trade that the game is very obtuse about, and I want to show you. Thank you, Nyoan. That's really helpful. The feedback's helping me because then I know this is not too slow. It's actually, you know, enjoyable and useful for you. I know there might be others who it's not their style, not their speed, but you know, we got talking enough about the game that people saying they don't know how, so why not learn how? So we're gonna do trade route mode. Of course, there's no trade routes yet. We're too small, but basically, let's not even worry about that. Basically, our home starbase, the one that we've been building ships from, it actually has 2 modules. It has a shipyard. We have 1 shipyard, meaning we can produce 1 ship at a time. We could have 2 shipyards and make 2 at a time. That's very important when you're going to war, or up to 6 when we have a big enough station. Right now, it's a small station, but instead we have a trade hub. And the trade hub means that it's expanding our station's ability to collect trade from outside of the system itself. So because we have this, it's a collection range +1, and so we actually can reach this system from our home system. We can reach it and collect this. So we didn't have to do anything. We just got 7 trade, which will translate to 7 more energy. We should jump up to 19. That's actually, like, trade becomes very important if you're not paying attention to it, or if you don't. You might think you're getting it because it's in your empire, but if you're not collecting it with a station, you're actually not collecting it at all. So we need to build mines and all these things. I'm going to prioritize the minerals because this goes quickly. But after that, we need the energy. We like the science. Remember we had that event there. I'm going to prioritize the minerals. So we'll just kind of have them do it in that order. We're going to collect everything there. And everyone's just still scanning. Everyone's got their own place. So Baby Drewski's up in the north. Looks like Drek has found yet another thing. That's over his head. That's a little too much for him. He's found something in a terminal orbit, a small and otherwise insignificant moon orbiting this gas giant. Appears to be on a trajectory that will soon result in a collision with its primary. So the moon is crashing into the planet. It might not be that moon. It might be one of these things in the ring. It might not be that. But it's a tough one. It's 450 days for Drek because he's just a little level 2. And so we're going to leave that be for now. Off he goes. Off he goes.
System survey complete.
Elias finishing this. I want Elias to go check out the black hole. There's never anything wrong in a black hole, right? They're always nice places to visit. Oh, we've got more planets. So there's an Arctic world. This one we saw earlier, but I didn't point out. It is a tomb world. We just scanned it. On the map, this down here, this tropical world is green. We like tropical planets. We like wet planets. So our sloths can live in a continental or ocean, but we prefer tropical. So this is green. We have a good habitability here. This one over here we've not discovered yet, but it's a continental world, and so that's going to probably be acceptable for us to live on as well. However, a tomb world is not livable at all. Now, we might at some day have the technology to terraform it, but right now it's a 0% habitability. We cannot land here at all, so we won't be utilizing this world. That's why it's going to be red. Oh, and Baby Drewski leveled up. Because Baby Drewski is out there exploring the galaxy, we're going to focus on this roamer trait. We want to explore all of this as quickly as we can. He's mean if your genius isn't smart. You got to get smarter, genius. And sell some food and clean out these sprawling slums. Let's get the extra population that's living in squalor. Put them to work. A good sloth is a productive sloth, right? Those guys are being too slothful. So everyone is just kind of being quiet now with their explorations. Elias over here, looks like you've got a bunch more asteroid belts, so maybe a bunch of minerals to find. Baby Drewski, still got to check out what's going on here at the space station. Lots of planets here with IVG. None of them are... Well, we've got the Arctic world, so we have another planet. It's a size 17. That's the biggest we found, and it's an Arctic, so we will... It's better than the Tomb world, but we're very not unlikely to land on it for now anyway. Does Baby Juicy have Elva? I'm sure he does. Then we also have Drek over here doing his thing. We finished scanning something. Baby Drewski has completed. Alright, before we read that, Baby Drewski, continue on your voyage. Elias has found a solar sailor, an abandoned ship, has been left to drift aimlessly above this moon. The massive sails protruding from its hull suggest that it relied on solar power to function. It's a level 2 anomaly. We're going to research it at only 100 days. So you can check that one out. Technology allows for some phone books. Yes, for the technology for seat elevation. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something hostiles over here. We've made a first contact with the mysterious aliens in the Zerak system. For now, we've codenamed them the Lambda aliens. This is not the same ones we're investigating. This is a new alien. Until we can find out more about them, if they possess a language, we must decipher it in order to establish communications. However, we know that they're hostile. Our Van Braun, this is our Baby Drewski, has encountered a hostile alien vessel. What are we dealing with? There they are. It's a whole fleet of them. Now, if you've played the game before, you know what these are. But since most here have not played the game before, we're going to acknowledge that this is a mystery. Now, they disappeared because Baby Drewski took evasive maneuvers and immediately fled the system. That's actually, our scientists have a evasive fleet stance. They don't have any combat ability. And so they will automatically run away to the nearest system. So that's what happened there. We can no longer see, but we do know that the fleet was a 2,000 power fleet, roughly. Again, our starter fleet, 166. It is out of our league. Baby Drewski, though, is going to get a new mission. continuing up that arm. Once we finish the background here, we'll clean up this backyard. But we have a new first contact. We're going to try to figure out what those things are. After all, we're friendly sloths. Can we pet them? The Solar Sailor. This was Elias. We've discovered an abandoned solar sail ship in orbit around Stellaris 1 Alpha. The sublight vessel was built by an unknown culture and appears to be several thousand years old. One of the massive sails has a large tear where some kind of object passed through, most likely a meteorite, which appears to have disabled the vessel. Although the technology of the ship is severely outdated, it does possess some interesting engineering design choices. An interesting, albeit primitive design. Another bonus to our engineering. Now, if you do find yourself playing the game and you're exploring these sorts of things, you might wonder, where does that engineering go? Because if I click the technology, it says currently we have 1611 of our 5,000 engineering towards nanomechanics. And when I click this, we don't actually get another 250 more. It stays the same. What's happening is there's actually a pool of bonus resources, research, that's being added to this. So normally we are producing 20 some research a month. Up here, remember that each color was 20. We're producing 20 a month. We're getting bonuses from all of our very, very smart heads of research up there. We're getting extra spark of genius and researcher. Thank you so much. So that 20 is increased to a further amount. However, the stored 250 we just got is put into a kind of a vault, and we get a 1-to-1 ratio of bonus research until that is empty with what we're currently making. So because we're making 20.76 plus all the percentage bonuses, what's that? Almost 25% bonus. So it's like we're making roughly 23, 24 research. We're getting additional 23, 24 from the storage each month until it's gone. So we'll get that extra amount, and that's why it's saying up top there 47 progress per month. So it strings it out instead of a lump sum. That's just a game mechanic. I think it just makes it a smoother experience, but it's confusing. It doesn't actually explain what it's doing. We finished clearing out the slums, so we now have an extra worker here. We're starting to actually get some technicians to where we have a healthy amount of resources coming in. We're about to grow another population. We got some levels. Pastor Drewski has leveled up. Aha! So what do we pick? Is Pastor Drewski's eye for talent increased? This is everyone in the whole Empire's experience an additional 10% bonus. Very nice. Is Pastor Drewski a champion of the people? Everyone is happy with him around. It's a real possibility. A real possibility. Is he a politician? Ironically, somewhat true. But this is our counselor experience gain as opposed to all leader experience gain. So it's less useful because counselors are leaders. They would get this too. And faction approval is so-so. Now we could get a benefit to all of our minerals across the Empire as well. But for the role-playing side of it, I think I'm going to either focus on Champion of the People or Eye for Talent. And I think Champion of the People is kind of fun. So we're going to do that. Pastor Drewski is a champion. Also, G.E.T.O. has leveled, our Minister of Defense. Now, there's not a lot for him to do. Our fleet has just been sitting around doing nothing. You'll notice our fleet was 166, now you're level 2, so our fleet is stronger at 170. Way to go. But more importantly, we can actually increase these other things. We can go level 2 fleet organizer, more naval capacity, we can have bigger fleets, we don't need them right now. We can have our ship upkeep be reduced further. Again, we don't have a fleet, not a big deal. So it will be G.E.T.O. getting the eye for talent, increasing across the board everyone's experience. Wonderful, thank you. So glad that we have the right people on the council. It would be a shame if we put the wrong ones on the council. Aerostat structures. Some kind of unknown structures are floating on in this gas giant's upper atmosphere. They appear to be using aerostatic lift to remain buoyant. Well, we got to check that out. Elias is on the case. And we've established communications. After successfully translating their language, we've established communications with the independent space station, the Union of Potterers. Let's see if they want to talk. We're going to gain... This was the Zeta aliens from the very beginning that, remember, that our neighbors went all silent because they were afraid. It seems like they might be nice. We gained influence by meeting somebody new. And it's our first contact
An
chain.
alien
It's over.
empire has established communications.
Wonderful. So this is, again, this is a new DLC if you don't have all the DLC. This is a... what do I want to say? Like the civilization equivalent of a city-state. Okay? And so these are scrappers. Salutations, they say. On behalf of the Union of Potterers, I welcome you to our workshop and scrapyard. Legions of dedicated engineers stand ready to repair, rebuild, and tear down just about anything they can get. They can latch a tool onto. You'll find our passion for the trade is quite insatiable. How can we facilitate your salvage and reclamation needs today? We could actually scrap a fleet and create alloys. We can buy salvaged ships from them, or we could just leave them be for now. And we're going to leave them be. But that's important, because that means we don't necessarily have to build a fleet. We could buy a fleet. Oops. I was using the right click from Mechabellum to pan the camera. And then it does this. I do that all the time. Thank you, Mechabellum.
System survey complete.
No, I like WAVs.
Colonization in progress.
Ah, the first Druskite colony. Our colony ship. Remember how we forgot about it for a second. Our colony ship has found a rare patch of open ground on the jungles of Gamma Draconis Prime, made planetfall. The landing site is surrounded on all sides by lush vegetation, and sentry drones have been deployed to guard against predators. The ship has been permanently converted into the administrative headquarters of the new settlement, and its reactor core is in the process of being removed, so that it may serve as the colony's temporary power source. Hundreds of small tents, prefab shelters have sprung up around the former starship's massive hull as colonists begin to disembark in large numbers. The first Druskite city on an alien world. A great day for the Druskish Enlightened Kingdom. Bonus engineering research. So now we have the Gamma Draconis planet. It is now ours. It's got a little flag there. But we haven't yet gotten control of it because it's going to take time to colonize. In fact, it's going to say it's going to take us about 3 years to colonize. So that's going to take some time. There are technologies that can speed up that process if we're interested. We've gained enough unity for a new tradition. This is good. Remember how we chose the aptitude tradition? This is because we want to focus on leaders. We have the ability, the opportunity to add another tradition every time. We don't have to stay in one tree. Just like Civ 5, if you recall, you can add on other ones. Potentially, we could add on this discovery tree, which allows us to map the stars better and get better exploration. It helps up our scientist leaders, which most of our leaders are scientists. A lot of opportunity there, but I think we're going to stay within this because there's a good reason to finish the whole tree. We'll get to that when we get there. And I think above all, we're going to get our... Well, I was going to say leader experience gain. But now that I remember, IVG is very expensive. IVG is, because he's level 5, is actually costing us, of our unity, it's saying we're consuming, you see the red number, we're consuming 25 unity a turn. All 25 of it is from our leaders. And I happen to remember, of the 25, over 10 of it is IVG alone. Yes, he is. But we can reduce that cost by 25%. And then just because we do have such a big cost to our Unity, I think I'm going to focus on that. So this will change. Typical politician, yes. We'll go from minus 25. It should bump up a little bit. Maybe we'll get an extra 5 or so Unity per turn when we unpause.
Situation.
Oh my. Inner system insight. It seems that the scientists on our partner planet have made several new and admittedly insightful breakthroughs into the fields of construction optimization. Despite their parochial, I don't actually know that word, parochial tendencies? Uncertain. It's fair to say that in this case, their technology has outstripped our own achievements. They are willing to share their insights with us in exchange for supporting them with resources. A steep price, to be sure. Okay, we could get the technology of nanomechanics. Isn't that what we're working on? It is. We have 66 months remaining. We could just instantly have it done. But for 5 years, we make 10% less alloys, 20% less food, and 20% less energy, because for 5 years, lore-wise, we would be trading it to them. We're saving 66 months, but we're also going to be losing out on a lot of resources. Or we can send in the spies. We can gain progress on our tech, cost influence, and maybe there's a downside. I don't know. Or we could say, are they mad? We would never agree to this. This is kind of interesting. I think we're going to comply. This is a good tech to get early. Yeah, 5 years, it's roughly a trade of 20% research now for 5 years, but also for the rest of the game. Yeah, thank you, Gunnar. So the research now, we're not worried about alloy. 10% alloys, 2 alloy. 20% food, we've got extra food. That's 4 food. Energy credits, we just got on the plus side. We can afford it. It is exactly, yeah. So I think we're going to do it.
Research complete.
So we've got the tech. That's going to increase our science generation, and we now have a new one we can do. So we can do a build speed and cost reduction for corvettes and frigates. Someday we'll get into fleet management, but clearly this is a fleet thing. Not going to worry about that right now. Or we can get bonus minerals from our miners and any starbase construction. Yes. Meanwhile, another event, sublight exploration probes. Before we developed faster than light travel, several sublight exploration probes were dispatched from Twitch at near relativistic speeds towards nearby systems. The scientists who developed the probes naively included sensitive information about our culture in their memory cores as a form of greeting to alien civilization. The golden disc, right? The golden record. It has now been realized that this data could potentially be used against us. We need to track down those probes before they are found by someone or something unsympathetic to our species. By the way, our weak spot is, yes, they can't have gotten far, so this is going to cause a new event chain to happen, which we'll find out in a moment, because we found something else. Clouds dance. The atmospheric patterns on Aurum 3 are highly atypical for a gas giant of modest size. This is Baby Drewski checking this out. It's an easy one. It's going to do that. And let's check our situation. There are 4 systems that have these probes. Now, again, if you're not familiar with the game, you might not be aware of all the different buttons here. There's a very convenient button for this. I can click this button, and now we have those systems highlighted. So we need to send science ships to all of these. We need a science ship to all of those, and then we'll find those probes. We can shut them down, gain whatever research we can from them. Neoen has Googled the word. It's probably this meaning: confined or restricted as if within the borders of a parish. Limited in range or scope, as in narrow region or regions. Provincial or narrow. Okay. Okay. I forgot the context that the word was in now that we've passed it. The stream of consciousness has flowed down river. All right, but I'm going to leave those blinky lights on, and we're going to make sure our scientists go check them out. Meanwhile, Drek has finished another system, and I'm going to have him prioritize the one with the planet, then come back around. So we need to keep exploring expanding to planets. Also, our resources are such that we're a little bit comfortable, even though they just went down because of the deal we made. I think we're still comfortable enough for me to build a building once we figure out this aerostat colony. A ruined network of aerostat colonies dating back to at least 3 millennia can be found in low orbit of the gas giant. This was Baby Drewski discovered this in the gas giant. Their original function appears to have been gas mining, but they have since been abandoned and reoccupied by many different races and pirate groups. The colonies have been thoroughly stripped of anything even remotely valuable. The mere fact that they're still aloft After all this time, makes them as an interesting subject of engineering research. So the planet all of a sudden is worth +3 engineering research a turn. There it is. Off he goes. Okay, so despite their narrow or provincial tendencies, yeah, narrow-minded, they did a breakthrough. That's what that one was. Okay, Elias found another anomaly, but this one is a bit tough. We're going to leave that. Again, I like to have it be 300 days or less. 600 is going to be too long. Got to keep getting out there and exploring. Something else has happened. Not a big deal, but the pool of available research leaders to hire has refreshed. That happens every 5 years.
Construction complete.
We're happy with our leaders, so we're not going to be trying to fire some and hire new ones. But there are plenty of games where that might be a thing. Oh. Another anomaly. I don't remember what it had originally said, but it was a deceptive giant. What we had assumed was an abnormally small gas giant. That's right. It was something about the gas giant side. It in fact is not. Beneath a deceptive cover of thick dust swirling in the upper atmosphere is just a regular planet. A barren planet, but a planet nonetheless. This has proven quite embarrassing to the astronomical community on Twitch. The Twitch hive mind was wrong. Oh yeah, we should have been a hive mind because of Twitch. So it is revealed to be a barren planet, but baby Drewski gets some experience. So this is not a gas planet after all. Governor Duchy, leveling up. Again, these are abilities that only apply when you're on the council and there's just not room. So we're going to give you more experience gain. It's the only one that will apply. There you go, Duchy. IVG. You're going to keep going out. I'm noting that the constellation here is a dead end, even though we want to check out the blinky light. We're going to keep going where no one has gone before. Going outside to try to find, if we can meet up with an alien species, find their border and find a bottleneck, claim the bottleneck, we can then get everything behind the bottleneck. Even though we like aliens, we like to be bigger than the aliens. Am I a longtime Stellaris player? Yes, I've been playing it since it came out. It is my most played game on Steam. We're over 3,000 hours. It doesn't mean that I actually have endeavored to min-max everything. Ooh, another planet. I play what's fun. And for me, what's fun is not doing all the math to try to find... It's just like I play Mechabellum. I know I could be a better player at Mechabellum if I spent more time in like the testing grounds and doing all the math and knowing exactly what to play. But I'm also just having fun putting mechs on the ground and having them attack other mechs and pew pew and all that. So right here, I'm having fun being some sloths, exploring the galaxy.
Complete.
And I like the stories. Like this is when you play Civilization, it is a sandbox. You're exploring the world. That's fun. You're making cities. You're doing all sorts of things. It's a very similar genre to this. But you don't have the flavor. The flavor. That forest, that mountain is never anything but a forest or a mountain. In this, who knows what's in the next star over. Like, you can find anything. And we've barely scratched the surface. So I love this game because there's literally hundreds and hundreds of those sorts of events. And things to find. Like, after all, we found this union of potterers here. They've got their really cool station. And you can even see, yeah, they're salvagers. Here's their salvage thing that they're working on. Like, you can see that's a thing. Yeah, so much flavor, so much mystery, and I can say at this point I've almost tried everything in the game. I've almost seen everything in the game. But that's 3,000 hours of playing to almost see everything. There's so much. There are things you will do an entire playthrough and you will not see. And you'll do several playthroughs and still not see. And there's always something new. Ah, a crashed ship. A vessel of some kind has crashed in the surface of this asteroid. Wreckage from the craft can still be found within the impact crater. Well, we got to check that out. That's Elias on the job again. Now, you might notice Elias is getting a lot of anomalies. It's possibly because he has a 15% bonus chance to discover them. This is a valuable skill he has. He's very good at this. It's an ice asteroid. Lots of planets out here. We need to get out here. Even though it's arid and Arctic, neither of them are temperate type planets. We can't land on them, but we will eventually be able to convert them. Or maybe we even make friends and have their people join us, and then they can land on them. But we want to claim them nonetheless. And it also looks like this is another bottleneck. So just getting out to here is a good bottleneck to do. And perhaps another something similar up there. Like, we want to claim this whole constellation if possible. Our first contact event. We've discovered a new life form in Xerac. Remember, this is the hostile aliens right here. I can't really show you because it's outside our sensor range. That's why it's grayed out. Although calling it a life form may be incorrect. The entities appear to be fully automated mechanical drones built exclusively for some unknown industrial purpose. Observations will continue, but since it's likely that these machines are programmed with defensive protocols, it would be prudent to tread lightly. Keep looking, but use caution. So we're still trying to figure out more about them, but it does not sound like they are an empire like us, expanding into the galaxy. They're some sort of automated machine. Thematically suitable that they're next to our scrapper people, like we got these machines out in space, we got these others, but there is actually no connection. But I like the theme of it.
System survey complete.
Okay. IVG, moving on. A small scout craft of some kind plowed into the surface of this asteroid. Oh, yes, this was Elias checking out that asteroid there. It's a small scout craft. Millennia ago, creating a shallow canyon. There's no visible cockpit on the ship, leading our scientists to believe it was either piloted by remote or through some kind of primitive artificial intelligence. Although it's too damaged to be salvaged, the ship hasn't been picked clean by looters yet. So you kind of got little, like, there's the ship there. And we're going to study its design. More engineering research.
System
All right.
survey complete.
Drek has finished that system. We need to go back and claim it so that we can colonize. Oh. Whose ship was this? IVG has found a new alien, the Aleph aliens. It says the same. Like, we need to, if they possess a language, we must decipher it in order to establish communications. So here we are. There they are. Question mark. Interesting. We shall send our envoy. Looks like trouble. Now remember, we are xenophile. We are actually rather excited about this. We want to find aliens. Friends. You can kind of see, we're expanding out into the other arm there. How exciting! I'm sure there's no danger. Yes, exactly. Everyone loves everyone. Surely... Oh, that's a continental world. We've really got to get out there. To the point where we're actually not going to go here first. Oh my, this is important. This is very important. Oh, I can't zoom to it because the ship just arrived. I do believe this is our black hole. We have located what we believe could be an ancient subspace gateway near Harmonious Repose. It appears to have been part of a galaxy-wide network of similar stations which, when operational, allowed for near instantaneous travel from one part of the galaxy to another. At some point after its initial construction, its connection to the rest of the network was severed. It now offers only one valid destination, an uncharted group of stars just beyond our galaxy that our astronomers have designated the L Cluster. Even more intriguing, the gateway was built entirely by microscopic nanites of an unknown design. Although the gateway emits a faint power signature, it has been deliberately locked into some kind of maintenance loop that prevents its activation. Until we find some way of aborting this process, the L cluster will remain beyond our reach. Intriguing.
Situation log updated.
All right, it was this black hole. There's the L gate. There's the black hole. Just like Interstellar, which I guess is actually a very good representation. The movie Interstellar, like they did a very good job on what we could conceivably expect it to look like. Which I know that they had they actually took a picture of a black hole, right? Like we actually have one now, so it looks distant pixelated, but it looks like that. Yeah, nanites never caused any galaxy-wide disaster before. Exactly. They're just our little friends. We've detected the presence of a pre-space civilization on Exervius 4. Oh, that was that big planet. Okay. They're in the early industrial age, which electricity and internal combustion engines gradually coming into widespread use. We should consider building an observation post above their world to study them more closely. Interesting. So I'm going to have a look here. There we go. Industrial age. They've got some primitive farms and factories. Their planet has an isolated valley with some rare critters running around on it. The alien species, there they are. You can kind of see them. It's avian type species, kind of bird-like people, it says. They prefer continental worlds because that is their home world. They're also really good at energy generation, society research, pop housing usage. They don't take up as much space. They kind of get in fights, and they don't live very long. But we're gonna learn something from watching them. More friends. But we have to get there first. So we're actually changing our construction ship's order. We've got to claim this because there might be another empire checking this out too.
Anomaly found.
Baby Drewski receives a weak signal from the surface of this moon. The source appears to be some kind of tracking beacon. But we got to check that out too. Yeah, surely they're just clearing the way for us. Our colony is almost complete on Gamma Draconis.
System survey complete.
And we were going to build on our capital. So there's several things we might do. One thing that we're probably going to do right now because it's important. So we have 2 building slots. You can see there's a maximum number of buildings you can make. We could have a alloy foundry. It focuses on alloys if we're building ships. Very important. Civilian industries. This is going to be important later, but this is what maintains your scientists and things like that. So we'll need that eventually. This monument is interesting. This would generate more unity and give us culture worker jobs. It's like a museum, that type of thing. And so they turn consumer goods into unity, amenities, trade value, government ethics attraction, pop-up keep reduction. It does a whole lot of stuff. Very useful, but the primary thing we'd be looking for from it is the unity. But for the moment, even though we're only generating 19 unity, I think the more important thing is a research lab. Each research lab is giving us 11 of each type and 12 of engineering because of our technology. And we're only generating 20 of each type. So this is a 50% bonus to research by doing that. Elias has finished the black hole. We're going to check out the rest of that corner. An ancient survey marker. A small short-range transmitter has been located on the surface of Poro 3 Alpha. It appears to be an ancient survey marker placed there eons ago to mark a large deposit of precious metals. The mines it meant for was evidently never arrived, and the deposit is still there. Wonderful. +4 mineral. Very nice. We're trying to expand our borders here strategically to claim important places. Ah, we found a previously strategic resource. Again, this is up here on this bottleneck. This is IVG. These preternatural particles contain tremendous amounts of energy which could be exploited in energy production as fuel or even explosives. While we do not yet possess the means to extract it, this is another strategic resource. Volatile motes. And so we're going to eventually mine this stuff if we can claim the system, but that's that bottleneck. We got to get there. Almost done with our new planet.
System survey complete.
Oh, after years of living among us, this is IVG, but it's still calling it the original name, Meng Yang, has decided to return. IVG? Decided to return home. Some in government are opposed to the move as Meng Yang has become, IVG has become an integral part of our senior leadership. It's true. Well, if they insist on returning home, we have no choice but to inform their government about the illicit xeno relations they were engaging in. Yes, yes, IVG. We could blackmail you. We can keep your word and let you return home, or keep them at any cost. You would gain the stubbornness trait, granting the following effect: minus trait options. You went on a holiday. But it also cost us 500 unity because we're doing something kind of sinister, aren't we? I don't know. That's we only have 581. It'd be quite the setback. And you are costing us a lot. Let's have a look at you again. Here's IVG, but you are bringing so much to the table. You've got our, what is this? 13% research speed bonus, council experience bonus, the 32 food. I can't let you go. I need the food. Deserve a raise. No, you deserve blackmail. we're gonna tell your government about the illicit xeno relations you've been engaging in. You're staying here.
Colony established.
All right, we have our new colony. It's meant to be a secret. And now we only have one population. This is the starting population. They're growing another one. We also have both the base growth as well as immigration. Because it's a new colony, it's more attractive to people who are tired of the old colonies. And so the growth will happen. We have a building slot. We could potentially do something like the monument we were talking about before, but we don't have people to fill the jobs.
Construction.
And so for the moment, we're just going to probably leave it. This is eventually going to be our agricultural world, but we don't need to do it just yet anyway. We also just finished our star base over here. Normally, I would like to build these resources, but as we pointed out, we're in a race. So we're actually going to march forward. We've only got enough influence for, by the time we finish, we should have enough influence for one more system to claim that bottleneck and our pre-FTL friends. Baby Drewski continuing to explore.
System survey complete.
Alright, now IVG could go this way, but let's actually check out the Blinky. See what it says. Oh, our linguists are becoming increasingly frustrated at our failure to provide them with sufficient material to make progress on decoding language used by the Aleph aliens. That's these guys up here to the west. It seems these particular aliens are doing their utmost to prevent their signals from being heard by the wrong ears. They don't want us to listen. We're losing insights. Now the way, remember I mentioned that these things, it's a roll of the dice. Every time you get a successful roll, you gain an insight. You get enough insights, you can get a breakthrough, you can progress the thing. This is basically losing some progress. It's a fun little system that basically just means it's going to take time. Like, you don't have to actually worry about it, but it just means it takes time. Meanwhile, our subspace anomaly. Okay, this is IVG. You've detected a massive subspace anomaly in the UA system. It appears to be centered on one of our missing sublight probes.
Situation log updated.
Oh my. So this was, remember the blinky light. Our probe is here, and yet, there's our probe. There's some sort of anomaly that is hanging out with it, with a fleet power strength of 700. We only have the 170. They just don't understand how friendly we are. That's right. We're gonna make them our friends whether they want to or not. So that's a problem. We can't recover the probe while this anomaly is protecting it. We might need to build a fleet. So IVG has to run away. That's a hostile that's going to attack him. So there you go. Survey the next one.
Anomaly found.
Elias has found some atmospheric readings that do not match simulated projections. We'll check it out. By all means. What civics? We're focused on our leaders, right? Because, you know, we're naming ourselves all here. So it's all about the leaders. So we have a heroic past. The legendary heroes of the past inspire the civilization's young people to achieve the extraordinary. As role models, government officials are expected to embody these ideals. That's why we couldn't put Drek on the government. We also have the Philosopher King, because our leader is Drewski. So he is a Philosopher King. And it's not enough to simply rule. The ship of state must be guided by a king that wields enough wisdom and knowledge to steer it true. So again, both of them focus on experience and traits for our leaders. Highly specialized on leaders. We set out, Gurner, I assume you weren't here when we first started. We set out with the goal to not be optimized for like best efficient play. We wanted to play role-playing. Oh my. Oh my, impossibly perched on the event horizons of Abaddon's Desmine is some kind of mining apparatus. Our scientists theorize that this may be a matter decompressor, a megastructure designed to mine materials from a black hole. While it is no longer fully functional, some mechanism preventing its spaghettification must still be operational. Fascinating. And oh so unfortunate, there is somebody already here. There's our ruined matter decompressor. There's the black hole. There's nearly infinite material, mineral production to be had if this thing could ever be repaired. And yet, it's occupied. This system is owned. Somebody is already here, and not only are they here, they have this is a upgraded space station. These are defense platforms. If you recall, our outposts just are the center things. These have defenses already mounted. Its strength is 747. These are the Aleph aliens that don't want neighbors. And yet we wanted that. That is very sad. To war! Maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Construction complete.
The race is still afoot. So what happens now? Start building an army fleet and kick them out? That's certainly an option. But if we want to roleplay as peaceful people, obviously that wouldn't be the solution. Oh, we found a tomb world. Unusual readings suggest there may be more to this desolate world than meets the eye. Which world is this? Down here. Check it out. That's Drek. Well, IVG can continue to explore in this direction, and I think we will because the pathway splits, but anything that's already owned by these guys, we can't claim. Now, there's a bunch of things that we can do as far as solutions. So this is a neighbor. If the neighbor turns out to be an ally, then it's okay that our ally gets stronger by having some awesome mega structure. Obviously, we would prefer it for ourselves, but well, we might be happy if it's an ally. We could absolutely, you could conquer it. That's an option. It's harder for us to do because we're pacifist. Alternatively, there's a possibility that not only can they be an ally, they could potentially be a vassal. Now, to do that, we'd have to have some military strength for them to want to submit to us, things like that. So again, it would be similar game plan of building up a fleet. But we might be able to vassalize them if we can be strong enough, which is generally not going to be possible with peaceful vassallation. But if we do, you can then orchestrate terms of the contract between the master and the vassal. And so we could actually cause them to give us a percentage of their mineral production. And we know it'd be a lot of minerals if this thing gets fixed. So we could get a percentage, like 60% of all the minerals from it, without actually conquering them. And they would actually be working with us. That's a very tough pathway to go down, though. So we'll leave that be for now. We can negotiate, but we haven't officially discovered them. That's this first contact. And remember, these were the ones who didn't want to be contacted. They were making it harder. So we might have a long road ahead of us, either way. All right. Who's this? Elias. Immense, ragged plains of shadow drift across Cider 5's face. They are cast not by clouds, but by sheets of organic material drifting through the upper layers of the atmosphere, hinged, or rather jointed to allow a small degree of articulation. Science Officer Elias has yet unwilling to say whether these things are flora or fauna, or for what purpose, if any, their elaborate shadow casting might serve. Okay. We have no idea, but we do know that there's 4 extra research on that planet, which is nice. And it's got a tropical world that has some moats, a dusty desert that has moats to harvest. Strategic resource. We need to get out there. First contact. This is back over here. This is the Zeta guys, or whoever they were. Reports of deep space drones in certain systems have been investigated. The drones appear to be the work. Remember, you guys remember these ones? The drones appear to be workers and custodians of an autonomous orbital mining operation established millennia ago and then soon abandoned by all but the drones themselves. Judging by the state of the processing equipment, the drones seem to lack any diplomatic comms protocols, or at least any decipherable by the I can't even say our own people, Druskish Enlightened Kingdom, and react with hostility to Druskish ships entering the system. Their presence in the Zarek system is intriguing, and we should attempt to learn more about them. Understood. We now have a new special project to study them, and we get bonus influence. That's important so we can claim more planets, but the first contact mission has concluded.
An alien empire has established communications.
Not really an empire, but it's telling us we're done with that. Okay, so we know that those are drones. Oh! Wow. Drama has unfolded. If you've played the game, you know what's happening here. Our construction ship has arrived. And we are currently building our outpost to claim the bottleneck. This key system that we raced to get to. Remember, we didn't build any of our resources along the way. We went straight here. And we're claiming it as our own. And yet, just now, another ship is arriving, heading straight to the same location that we're at. We won the race. They were going to do the same thing. If we had delayed at all, we would have missed out on this system, which means we would have missed out on the pre-FTL people to study, and the bottleneck and the strategic resource, and potentially the subspace anomaly up here. That was key. We've also found a curious signal. Elias again. Busy bee. Although Cider 4 appears totally desolate and devoid of life, our scanners have picked up an encrypted signal emanating from it. We'll check it out. You are on a roll.
Construction complete.
Okay. Yeah, he was there. He was trying to build. We just won the race. So now we can fill up. We can start getting all these resources again. Normally these are 1, but remember we're at minus 20%. So it's actually doing like 1.8 and 1.6. So it'll go back up eventually. Let's first do the observation post though. So that was really important. All right, IVG, this one is claimed. Some little tips here. I'm holding down Alt, and I can see there is energy in the system, and it's in a yellow text. And I can look closer, and I can see this has a starbase, it has a space station, it's got that in yellow. This means that this system, I'm ignoring the event, this system is claimed, and I can scan it, but there's nothing really defined. It's owned by these other guys. Now the question is, do we keep trying to find something that they don't own, and maybe we can claim that? Or do we turn around? And I think we're going to turn around. There are other things to find. There's nothing, we won't be able to find things here, and if they're unfriendly, they might actually attack IVG, and that would be tragic. We can't, lose anything. Lose IVG. Love's labor lost. Having decrypted the signal, this back with Elias. You were astonished to discover it was broadcasting in an archaic form, one of the main Druskite languages, speaking in these and thous and whenceforths. It appears to be reciting one of the lost works of Lorenzo Gonzalez, a renowned Druskite playwright who lived some 600 years ago. Yeah, IVG. It appears that the broadcasting device is a simple satellite dish protected by a small shelter, is the only non-natural structure on the whole planet. There's no hint as to who is left there or why, but going by the wear and tear on the evidence, it must have been there since shortly after the play was first written, long before Druskites learned the secret of space travel. We can only assume it was left there by ancient visitors to Twitch, who took a liking to the play and decided to pay our species a strange and unexpected tribute. They really liked our Shakespeare over here. Now we could say, wonderful news, disseminate the recording across the nation, gaining us 500 plus unity, right? That would give us almost another tradition, right? We're trying to collect that tradition there. Or we can say it's a gift. I think that A is covered by the icon there. This is specifically because we're a xenophile. We can have this option. We must find a way to thank our mysterious benefactors. This would give us, for 5 years, 100% bonus for our people to shift to xenophile ethics, which is one of our ethics, but not all of them. We have 3 total ethics. And for 5 years, we have the happiness bonus, which makes people a little bit more productive. And that's nice and all, but I'm definitely preferring the unity. Unity is one of my favorite things to be gaining in this. So that jumped us. We were down there. Now it's only 6 months to go.
System survey complete.
So we sent out the message to all the people. Elias moving on to that last Blinky. Nestled in sheltered pockets across Datharian 1's surface. Where is this? Here you are. Gotta get the dramatic scene here. Alright, nestled. In the sheltered pockets along the surface is a rich sludge of simple organic compounds that researchers believe could be a hotbed for abiogenesis. Well, hello! Hi! Welcome, everyone! We're playing some Stellaris. Yes, greetings! We are playing almost a teaching game, but also kind of role-playing it too. We're having fun doing it. But a number of my viewers have heard of Stellaris, either maybe even own Stellaris, but can't quite get over that learning curve of Stellaris. It's actually my most played game, and so we're not playing to be optimal, min-maxed. We're playing to have fun, and so we're hyper focused on our leaders. We are a people of Sloths, very productive Sloths. Thanks for the follow. And we're just kind of exploring the galaxy. Here we are. This green blob is us. We have a neighbor. We're going to find out about him soon. And we just had an event. We've discovered a planet here that seems to be a spontaneous formation of organic life from lifeless matter. Interesting. Interesting. And these are one of those sorts of topics that I, as a pastor, end up talking about quite often. Interesting. It has an unusually thick atmosphere for a barren world, which could make it hospitable for simple life forms. Although this presents a unique opportunity to study what could be the early stages of the origin of life, it would be best to set our expectations low, as it may still be millions of years before life evolves naturally on it, if at all. Fascinating. So we can get extra research. Ah, you guys are familiar with Stellaris then. It might be the only clue determined. Yeah, maybe determined extermination. So I'm trying to play with minimal spoilers and all this. We are discovering the game together. And so far, our envoy has learned that our neighbor has been trying to hide its signals from us, so it's making it more difficult to find. So we are a xenophile, pacifist, spiritual species, and we want to make friends, and they apparently don't. A little bit familiar. I apologize. I'm unfamiliar. I haven't checked out anyone else's streams. We normally were playing a different game entirely, but we had gotten talking about how much fun this game is. So I decided we need to learn us some Stellaris. A few thousand hours each. Wonderful. I too 3,000 for myself. 3,000 hours. So I love it. I have all the DLC, and so we're just taking our time and experiencing every event that comes up and essentially following the story as if it's our first time. And for a lot of our viewers here, it is a first time checking it out. So we're all kind of learning. And of course, we have our scientists, which are named after several of our people here. So, on the planet Twitch. What's our plan if our neighbor is aggressive? Will we bring peace to their lands? Well, if we do, it's going to be a long road to get there, because we have completely neglected our fleet entirely. We've completely neglected any technology that would help our fleet entirely. Our best bet is to send a envoy to try to make peace with them. But if it's something that is a determined exterminator, somebody who is the Borg or Skynet, that sort of thing, we're just dead. Right? Like, we're just in trouble. We are playing on Grand Admiral with aggressive AI. So yes, life will be difficult. We're hoping for the best. This would be our first contact with another empire. We also should take the opportunity to build up a station, though. We can have some defense, but with the Grand Admiral AI, like, I can't keep up militarily with them if I'm doing anything economic. If you're not playing a rush game, you can't compete with the AI at the outset, is my experience. And that's okay. I prefer playing the economy, growing, doing the diplomacy. I've kind of been there, done that on the conquest game. So we're having fun, hoping for the best. Yes, it's very risky, and now I always do. Like, I've been playing Grand Admiral for years now, and of course the game has gotten more complicated and complex, so it's actually, I think, gotten harder. But I still always do it, so we'll just deal with it. We found an ion trail. Oh, we have our sublight probes that we foolishly sent out now that we know there's unfriendlies out there. We picked up a signal from a discarded signal buoy belonging to one of our missing sublight probes into the tap rib system. There's an ion trail leading away from the buoy on a trajectory towards another star, suggesting that someone has towed the probe there for unknown reasons. Let's see where the trail leads.
Situation log updated.
All right, so we're over here. We've got another tropical world. That's very nice. However, as we check our situation log, we now have a new thing to track to follow that trail. So we're going to scan this place and find out. And mostly, like, the goal here is teaching. The goal is not necessarily to win. So if we do lose here, we'll hopefully learn at least a little bit on how to not lose so quickly, right? Like, we'll try to defend ourselves a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. Something else that's new. We are scanning our first pre-FTL people. I'm holding Alt, push to talk. So we're scanning these people. We're going to open up our diplomacy screen. This is our hidden base overlooking them. They don't know we're here. They have low awareness of our existence. But we can kind of see about them. They are in the industrial age. They're developing civilization. We can see their civics. They like materialism. We are spiritual, so they might not get along with us. Perhaps it would be suitable for us to subtly manipulate their civics, ethics, to be more in line with what we know to be right. So we might just use one of our 2 envoys as a spy. Lorenza is going to be on the case. So we're going to build a spy network. This takes time. As the network is built, we eventually have the ability to spread disinformation, plant advanced knowledge, indoctrinate them to become more like us. And so we're going to see if we can't just work on that. That'd be interesting. So Comrade and Dagroth, are you guys do you guys regularly stream Stellaris? Are you guys pretty regular on here? I follow Stellaris, but I'm usually 100% of our time has been on Mechabellum, a totally different genre, but we've been playing that until today. Irregularly. Okay. Our first clandestine report from Spy Master Lorenza inside their civilization, the Kareem civilization, marks the foundation of our first spy network within a world still unaware of alien life. It is an incredible opportunity to study pre-FTL society and steer it in a more prosperous direction. We just have to be careful not to reveal our true nature until they're ready. We cannot risk destabilizing their society. Good. Now that we've claimed the bottleneck, we're going to not only backfill all this stuff, but we actually need to go and colonize the rest of the stuff. We're only at 2 of our starter planets, and we should be at 5. Like, there's 3 more that we can easily claim. Oh, I didn't read that for you. Sensors report a number of possible points of interest within the debris field surrounding Taprib. Elias is checking it out. So we're going to build another construction ship. So we'll have 2 running at the same time. We won't have the influence generation to claim multiple ships or stations rather at the same time, but there's plenty for us to do for the moment. We also need to deal with this anomaly, so we might be upgrading our fleet here eventually. It just, we have no tech for it, so it's not going to be anything special. Our tradition. All right, we can do a reduction in leader upkeep. We actually had, it was leader cost reduction before. This is the upkeep one. This is important for us because we're paying a lot for our leaders, 27 for our leaders. So this is what we're going to go for. However, we can increase lifespan. We're hoping that our people just won't die off in the meanwhile. And there's experience gain. We're putting this one off because we wanted the unity back. We're spending so much unity on leadership. On the leaders. Yes, Gito, you are our Admiral. We can check out our fleets for seconds. This is a new screen I haven't showed you guys. So it has because the game is a vast game where you can have hundreds if not thousands of ships running around. Yeah, we focused on empire traits because we weren't planning on war. Your favorite Beyond All Reason players playing Mechabellum, your favorite Mechabellum streamers playing Stellaris, and you should be asleep. I'm sorry, Eisenhorn. So basically we can make a template for a fleet, and then we can also design the corvettes themselves. Now there's not much to design, but I'll show it to you. Here's our plant-like fleet for our sloths. We enjoy the trees. Currently, it has 3 weapon hardpoints. Because it's a corvette, this is the smallest ship, so these are S, which is small, size. So we've got a couple mass drivers and a nuclear missile. Mass drivers, projectile weapons, they excel at taking out shields, but they're bad at armor. Conversely, we could have lasers, which are good at armor but bad at shields, and also extra good at hull. The AI gave us nuclear missiles, which actually ignore shields and go straight to the hull. Now, generally speaking, my experience is, and they just changed all this a few months ago, at least it feels like it, so I never quite caught up. But generally speaking, if you're going to have missiles, you want all missiles, because then everything's penetrating the shields. These guys are shooting the shields, while these ones penetrate the shields. There's just ignore the shields if you can ignore them. But they tell you how much damage they're doing, things like that. I'm not going to get in every detail just yet. What I am going to do is I'm going to replace the nuclear missile. I know it sounds silly to do, but I'm going to put a laser here. And the reason being, in addition to having bonus armor damage to compensate for this one having less armor damage, it has bonus hull damage as well. And we might even do 2 lasers in order to capitalize on that. They do very similar damage overall. They do have many differences. There's differences in range, differences in accuracy, things like that. I'm just not going to get into it. But I'm going to save that design just because that's my personal preference, is to have guns instead of missiles. Missiles are great at the beginning of the game, but once the AI makes point defense to shoot down missiles, they're hard countered. Kind of like Mechabellum, right? Now, we're going to change our template to not be 3 corvettes, but we're going to say, yeah, let's just go up to a solid 10. 10 corvettes. That's going to cost us, they're 100 each, so it's going to cost us 700 alloy. We've got over 1,000. I'm going to press the reinforce button, and our ship will our shipyard will automatically build them and add them to that fleet. We'll also upgrade our fleet to the new design. Dagger, true. Launcher overload, yes.
Construction complete.
Ah, these are our neighbors. We need to check this out. It's quickly become apparent that the so-called Alpha aliens are in fact part of a major spacefaring civilization. Our probes in the Abdon-Desvene system have detected starships flitting between a number of space stations across the system, and there's a large military station near the system's star that seems to act much like the outpost we build in the systems we claim. We have been able to intercept considerable volumes of communication traffic, but so far, accurate translations have proven elusive. Fascinating. We have progressed our contact with our new friends, because they're definitely going to be friends. We're going to head this way and try to claim these colonizable worlds. Ultimate Necromancer build, yes. That's actually, it's actually a thing. I don't know if you know this, Eisenhorn, but there actually is. You can be Necromancers in this. Yeah, that certainly isn't a military base on a ruined matter decompressor that we would love to have. Yes.
Anomaly found.
All right, Drek, you found an inexplicable optical phenomena playing across the surface of the Dalithan 8, clearly visible from space. You can check that one out. Our space station has finished that construction ship, and now it's moved on to building new corvettes. So you'll see this 170 number on our fleet move up. By the way, if you guys are veterans on Stellaris, you might notice I'm still using the base game UI. That's because, again, this is meant to be kind of like a teaching thing, so we don't want to mess with like all the different mods and all the different things. This is like what somebody would get if they start playing. Oh boy. 42 years and 3 days. A closer scan of the debris field around Taprib has led to the discovery of an airtight capsule containing an atomic clock that measures time in unparalleled precision. It has a frequency uncertainly so low that it will be another 879 million years before it gains a single second, and is counting down to a date 42 years and 3 days away. The capsule holds no clues as to what the date signifies or who the owners are, but it seems as though someone out there has lost track of the time. We can either keep an eye on it and get some engineering research, or say it's a bomb and destroy it and also get engineering research. But maybe when it finishes, maybe there's a good thing. Or maybe it's a bomb. What do we do, chat? Do we keep an eye on this? Maybe it's for the best. Or maybe it is a danger and we get rid of it. This isn't a system that has one of our tropical worlds that we'd really like to keep. I'll give you a moment to give some input here. If you already know, you can't tip the scales here. How many hours of your life did you already spend in the Stellaris world? I'll tell you the actual number. Uh, 3,331.5. A lot of that, though, is because I tend to just press pause and walk away when something needs to happen, like I needed to go to work or something. So there are times when the game is left on, but most of that is played. We always click wait, even if we get the bad... What bad result? No. There's no bad results. Clearly, everyone out there is just as friendly as we are. They would never make something bad. I do as well. Let's keep an eye on it. Let's keep an eye on it. TikTok. 42 years from today, we're at 2209. So 2251, we'll find out what that thing is. Elias is leveled. Okay. Experience gain, survey speed, lifespan. How old are you now? 50. Ancient. You already have bonus lifespan. I'm wondering if the roamer is not going to do us much more good, because we've already hit a wall on this side. These are dead ends. Our only path of expansion is up here, and if there's one more empire up here, we're stuck. And so roamer might not be what we would normally do. All right, Eisenhorn, have fun. Yes, Necrophaser's venerable. I have another empire that I was playing just on my own, and I was playing with the leader being a I forget the new Under One Rule event chain. And so, it's all about the leader. Of course, it's Drewski. And so, yeah, we made sure he would live for the duration of the game. Unknown insides. Initial scans of the asteroid suggest a dense mass of wrought metal within it, perhaps part of the same machinery, some machinery or other technology. Further scanning required for more detailed data. Well, yes, IVG, you should check that out. Oh yeah, we're still deciding here. Let's go ahead and get the actually, let's do the XP gain. Several things going on. We got another level before we read this. Baby Drewski. I think you're our only archaeologist. We'll level that up. Now, light show. Science Officer Drek, being useful, a useful engine, reports that luminous waves coursing through the ice that blankets the Dalthon 8 are of alien origin. Some ancient battle has deposited scattered wreckage from an alien fighter on the frozen planet, and only the exposed core of the main weapons remain intact. It seems this alien race used lasers somewhat more advanced than the ones currently used by the Drewskish fleets. And the fizzling innards periodically discharge low-powered lasers into the ice of the planet. The planet's harsh climate prevents the lasers from actually melting the ice, allowing the chilly matrix to act as a brilliant prism. We could use that technology. We just gained the blue laser technology, and it's probably a very good time to finally have something to help our military. So we're still building a bunch of ships. I'm going to cancel the upgrade order. Actually, we're just going to cancel all of them. We're going to redesign. Oh, we can't do all of it because of power. Ah, power. Can't do any of it. No. Alright. Okay, so shields use power, armor does not. So we've swapped the shield to gain power back. Now we can have our new guns. We don't have any other technology. And yeah, our ships are upgrading. There we go. Save. Upgrade the new ships. Add to the fleet. So they'll be a little stronger. If you guys recall, we were like 170, now we're 280. We'll get a little stronger still.
Construction complete. Construction complete.
We don't have enough influence to claim all these planets, so we're just going to start gathering our
complete.
resources. As suspected, the asteroid holds within it a great mass of metal. This is, if you guys recall, there was a metal asteroid there. It does indeed hide some manner of machinery. The gathered data clearly shows that its constituent parts contain great quantities of stored energy, but its purpose remains unknown. We can either proceed carefully to gently excavate the asteroid, or dispatch a drill probe to retrieve a sample. Also, we finished our construction. Alright, new one. We'll see you later. Glad you got to hang. Alright. We're going to proceed carefully.
Ships upgraded.
Okay, our fleet's upgraded. Caution proved well in order. Hidden inside the asteroid was a host of old mining drones programmed to attack on sight. Science Officer IVG fortunately detected this early and was able to jam the drone's sensors long enough to disable them. The drone's cores are old indeed, but retain vast amounts of energy for siphoning. Excellent! Well done, IVG. That is why you are our head of research. Ah. First contact with the Alpha aliens. The language of the Alpha aliens contains millions of seemingly redundant sounds, apparently dialectic hangovers from their precursor civilizations. When translated, these apparently superfluous filler words seem to serve no purpose other than to add linguistic flavor, or at most have only minor contextual implications. Thankfully, our linguists have narrowed down the obsolete aspects of the language and are now compiling an abridged lexicon, which should prove very useful for efficient communication with the aliens. We love aliens! Understood. Bonus insights. Alright. We're going to meet them soon enough. Ah. A terraforming candidate. Detailed survey of the planet has revealed that it may once have supported life in the distant past. There are significant deposits of frozen water in the polar ice caps and beneath the planet's surface. The existence of valley networks suggests that the water may have once flowed freely. Terraforming this planet would theoretically be possible, but we do not yet possess the technology to accomplish this monumental task within a reasonable time frame. CGF. We are playing as xenophile, pacifist people, sloths. We're friendly sloths, and so we hope that they're nice. But so far, they haven't really been eager to meet us. Not as eager as we've been to meet them.
Construction complete.
We're still refitting our fleet here. We're up to 390. Remember, our goal is to beat the 700 up there. And actually, if we do that, we need to refit the ships again. This anomaly, if we pay close attention, as it's a bright light, it has some colored bars here. Let me explain what's happening here with the bars. You can kind of see it down in the corner as well, but I apologize. Just the resolution probably isn't making it all that visible. There are 3 pertinent bars on a fleet. I'm going to look at our own for a second. You've got the ships visually here, but the number, you know, the little banner here is the most important thing. On the bottom is a green bar. That is its health. Straightforward. That's the hull. You can actually see the health percentage with the heart in the corner. 100% health. The next one up, the orange bar, is its armor. We're at 100% armor. Orange bar, armor. Then we have the blue bar is shields. We're at 100% shields. We have all 3 on our ships. Now we have different amounts of it. 500 shields across the fleet, 1400 armor across the fleet, 1400 health hull. However, our neighbor, well, not our neighbor, but this anomaly, it has no armor. But it has 2,000 shields and 2,000 hull. Now, if we wanted to take this thing on and have a fleet of similar size without overwhelming firepower, because we can't afford to have overwhelming firepower, we would do well to refit this fleet. These lasers do minus 50% damage to shields and bonus damage to armor. He has no armor. He has all shields. He's an energy being. Mass drivers do bonus to shields, and their downside is minus to armor. There's no armor to have a downside. So what we would do is we would actually refit this whole fleet to be entirely mass driver, or missiles, either or, and to take this thing out with that, and then we'd probably go back to this kind of more generic design. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Okay, looks like Drek's ready to go back to get those anomalies now that he's a little bit older and wiser. Feels very strange not having picked up these planets earlier, but I think getting that bottleneck was the most important thing. We really wanted to get the megastructure.
System survey complete.
Let's check our situation log. The ion trail never really reappeared, unless it just got put over here. This is just a separate blinky light that we had with our probes. Gonna go check that one out too. Our starbase has been upgraded, but we need to add some modules to it. We're gonna add some gun batteries, just in case our neighbors are not as friendly as we are. So that's this station now. It's up to 700 as well. And it's got little gun ports. You know, we're going to add some modules onto it. Now, usually I play the game at a much faster speed.
Anomaly found.
But we've been kind of taking our time because we want to be able to read these things as they come. So, you know, we're enjoying it. Glowing webs of an unknown origin periodically illuminate the surface of this asteroid over here. Glowing webs. Alright, IVG should check that out too. Oh, sublink probe. Back to Elias. The Sojourner has detected one of our missing probes in the Eureka system. We should begin recovery efforts as soon as possible. Indeed.
Situation log updated.
Alright, just so we can kind of see it happen. Send him to research the probe. Alright, Vigil. Recent reports indicate that Den, if you guys recall, we have a neighbor. Like we did our Fear of the Dark starter. And so we have a sister planet here. Recent reports indicate that Den has now deployed a fleet to patrol Prime. They appear to have developed a cloaking technology. Thankfully, they have agreed to share their frequencies with us. We'll acknowledge. Thank you. So they have a fleet of 500 patrolling the system. Our preppers are prepping. Ah. We are now 10 years into the game, or 11, and factions have begun to arise. A new faction has recently gained its traction in the internal political landscapes of the Druskish Enlightened Kingdom. They call themselves the Alien Rights Initiative. Their members have been pushing hard for friendly relations with alien species, as have we all. A disgruntled faction will be a source of trouble, but one that approves of the government's actions could prove useful. Okay. We also have another one. I'm not reading the whole thing, but we have the National Prosperity Board and the Committee of Faith and Values. So, new screen, factions. All of our population have one of these ethics. Not all of the ethics. They each have one. And so they've joined their various factions. So for example, our spiritualist ethics people, there's 13 of them. They've all joined the faction. We got 13 of those. Our xenophile and pacifist people, this is actually a mix of both, xenophile and pacifist. They've made the Natural Prosperity Board. And then we got 5 of the supporters on the Alien Rights Initiative, which is also xenophile, but also including egalitarian. Now, the dots represent happiness and unhappiness, or at least positive and negative bonuses. So for example, our spiritual guys over here, these are their issues. They are pleased. They like that we have spiritualist values reflected in the government. They like that we're not setting foot on tomb worlds. That would be holy ground type things. They like that the ruler is of their ethic. They like that they're represented on the council. They just like being involved. So they approve. 92% approval. Those people are happy. Our prosperity board, though, is not represented on the council. Therefore, we're taking a 10% approval hit. So we're actually at 50% instead of 60 or even a positive. But they like the fact that we're keeping the peace. We're not violent. So overall, they're okay, but we could do better. And our alien rights people, with the most negative dots, are actually kind of happy. They want to have an enclave incorporated. So remember the scrapper enclave? That's an enclave. If we put that in our land, they'll be happy. If we enlighten our pre-FTL people, they will be happy. If we join a federation, they will be happy. If we make a new contact, they'll be happy. We're working on that. And if they're represented on the council, they'll be happy. Most of these things we don't have a lot of control over, but we can keep them happy. When they are happy, the best part is we get a bonus of unity. So the ones that are the most happy are actually giving us 6 unity per turn. We were at 25. When we roll over the next month, this should jump up another, 9? There we go. Actually went up 11 because this is like 6 and some change. So that's going to help us getting more unity. And one of our goals would be to make them happy. Okay, this is more on our Aleph aliens. They're still tough on us. Our attempts to learn have been so far in vain. While we were easily able to ascertain they're clearly part of a technologically advanced civilization, further facts have proven elusive, as they seem to be going to considerable effort to prevent us from, and any other eavesdroppers from, intercepting any signals. We have therefore only managed to intercept small fragments of their language so far. However, from the glimpses we have gleaned, our linguists are confident that they will be able to decipher the communications if we can just acquire a greater sample size. We'll have to keep trying. They are hostile. They're birds. They might not like us living in the same trees, since we're sloths. We've built our fleet. I think we are probably going to have to refit our fleet to deal with that subspace anomaly. We're going to build more. We just can't afford that many more. Science Officer IVG reports that this asteroid is covered from pole to pole in a web-like network of electrical filaments. These networks respond to external stimuli. We've experimented with sending a low voltage pulse to the surface, which resulted in a wave of illumination that rippled through the network like a circuit board. Even more remarkably, the webs rearranged themselves. A second low voltage pulse revealed that the filaments have been organized into a new pattern, centered around where the previous pulse had contacted the surface of the asteroid. IVG concludes that this discovery confirms this long-held theory: life can exist as almost purely electrical impulses, independent of cellular or viral structure. Fascinating. All right, +3 science to the asteroid, and IVG just straight up gains a level. Nice. All right. He's going to be a level 2 hyper focus, giving additional research speed for the whole empire. Although the expansionist thing is kind of nice too, reducing the build cost, influence cost is pretty nice since we want to do a lot of expanding. Wow. That is our bottleneck. I'm actually going to do that. Normally, it's hands down hyper focus normally, but we're early in the game. We're behind on our colonizing. I'm going to do it. IVG, bringing so many things to the table here. Now it costs 71, not 75 to build. It's good.
Construction complete.
Won't our Council of Space Social Justice Warriors object to expansion and building fleets to destroy stuff? No. We're expanding into the unclaimed stuff, you know? The fleet is purely defensive. And taking out this anomaly, because it's attacking our probe. You know, we gotta protect it. Baby Drewski has found some kind of unknown structure floating in the gas giant's upper atmosphere. Using aerostatic lift to remain buoyant. That seems familiar. We'll check that one out, though.
Construction complete.
Seems that the scientists on our partner planet have made several new and admittedly insightful. Here we go. A similar thing. They made breakthroughs in the field of cloaking, despite their tendencies. Right? We I don't know how to pronounce it now, but we learned that this is their being like provincial and narrow, right? Tendencies. It's fair to say that in this case, their technology has outstripped our own achievements. So they will share their insights in exchange for us slowing down our space exploration. A steep price. They will give us 90% of the way to completing basic cloaking fields, but for 10 years our survey speed is reduced by 50%. We could send in spies, but we don't have the influence for it. Or just say no. We have a lot of scientists that actually are running out of things to survey because the only direction is up here. I think it's okay. Now, I don't think we'll necessarily really use the cloaking fields, but maybe we can come up with a use case with cloaking fields. Plus, it's fun. It's a fun fringe tech that is not really useful, but fun. And we're going to colonize our next planet. Yeah, we're in the bottleneck, so cloaking will let us out. Good point. Social experiment. So these are the aerostat colony. Here it is. Floating just above the atmosphere, it appears to have been self-sufficient. Remains from several different species were found on board. As best you can tell, the colony was some kind of social experiment conducted centuries ago that ultimately ended with the colonists massacring each other. We've downloaded all this data found in the colony's limited data banks. Well, we get some society research. Poor guys.
Special project complete.
Ah, we got the probe. So, we'd already surveyed the system, but we just got survey data that we already knew. But that's one of the 4 probes complete. Since we have minus survey speed, we might as well get some of these anomalies taken care of. That's a lot of energy over in this system. 11 energy to be had so far. It's a nice system. Oh, the Druskish Enlightened Kingdom has encountered something that is beyond sublime. Giant beings, their sheer existence a testament to the unfathomable wonders of the universe that make most life forms appear like flickering lights next to burning stars. Despite the true nature of the Leviathan being unknown, the people on Twitch are hopefully in awe of what has been found and optimistic about what it may bring. I don't know what it's talking about. Now, I know what it's talking about in general, but we haven't seen that in this game. But evidently something's close by, and the game, it triggered something on the game that now we should know. So there's something huge out there. And we can either say that they're fiends to test our faith, or proof of the divine. Now, both of these are spiritualistic responses, but I think the proof of the divine and not the instant, go grab the guns approach would be our species, reaction. We're excited about that. Oh, Apex Predator. The news from the Prime system has shaken our homeworld deeply. What other threats may be lurking in the depths of space? If monsters like this can exist, we still haven't seen what the monster is. Sorry, guys. Already, applications for immigration to Den have soared amongst our people. At the moment, it is difficult to blame them. So this is our people looking to flee and take shelter in Den there. Were we wrong? Or we were wrong? We can have 2 pops emigrating. Or, no, Den is wrong. We will face this together. And having a terrifying revelation for 5 years, minus stability. And some criminals, which is awful. We got the stability to spare. I don't want to lose the population. Now, criminals add crime, but they also can cause, if it's allowed to progress, they can create more criminals. Kind of is like a domino thing. If need be, we can snuff it out with a police station. I'm going to keep our pops. Pops are so important. Den is wrong. We're going to face this together because, we love the aliens.
System survey complete.
So when the date rolls over... Yeah, so the criminals are adding minus to our trade value. They're stealing stuff. But we don't have to worry too much about the crime just yet. The Dittrium system is home to an unusually dense asteroid belt. Where's this? It won't let me zoom into it. It's because we just arrived. There we go. Here it is. It's displaying some unique properties. Several of the larger asteroids are covered in crystalline outcroppings that would suggest the presence of extremely rich mineral deposits. Some of you know what this is. However, long-range sensors are tracking sporadic movement from what appears to be several small objects of possibly spacecraft in the denser regions of the belt. We're unable to get a fix on them, but debris from at least 2 destroyed mining stations can be seen floating in space next to some of the larger asteroids. Something isn't right. Well, let's go check it out.
Research complete.
Aha! Society research. Now, I mentioned at the beginning that pretty much the most important stat in the game is growth speed. So there's no choice here. We have to get this. But this is, genome mapping. We're going to have better growth speed. This other one's quite nice. I like Unity. I've mentioned it several times. We get bonus Unity. We have extra edicts. We haven't even looked at our edicts, so we should probably check that out. But we're going to do our growth speed. If we go to our government, we can see we've been doing our leadership training and all this. We had the faction screen. Oh, the other faction actually dissolved and got kind of absorbed into these factions. That's actually for the best. We can make fewer factions happier, easier. If we represent our... I think everyone's spiritual on the board. If we change out our leaders on the council, we'd make them happy. But obviously we don't want to do that. So you can actually, each individual leader has an ethic. So we're all spiritualist here. IVG, myself, Gito, we're all spiritualist. Out of curiosity, Yep, Drek is spiritualist as well. In fact, all of our scientists are spiritualist. Is every last leader we have spiritual? Yeah, because we have, it's just duchy is, yeah, duchy. Yeah, every last leader we have is spiritual. Okay. Oh, absolutely, IVG, absolutely. In all these games, population is kind of the bedrock of your economy, right? It's the foundation you build your economy on, and this is no different. So you definitely don't want to neglect it. But there's some interesting ways you can, over the course of the game, improve it. So we already have just regular growth happening, and we're going to increase that with technology. But there's also emigration happening to our other planets. So this planet, our capital, is getting a minus because the people are moving to the other planet, immigrating to the other planet. So they can move around. But what gets to be really interesting is when you start getting this other stat, this assembling stat. Now, with us being normal biological species here, this could be a technology for cloning. If we start cloning people, they're not being born naturally like what this box is telling us. This would be how quickly can we grow them. And so that's a separate growth. And so you can actually be growing things two things at a time based off of your technology. Now that there's more things going on. Like there's other species types, other differences, but just as just kind of a taste on what could be happening. We could clone people, grow them different ways. You can also have migration treaties, so people come in. You can go enslave people and just force them in. You can get all sorts of different ways of getting population. One of the many moons circling Tegalilian has a terminal orbit. It will soon collide with the gas giant and was sure to become a massive impact event. The event's been millions of years in the making, and it's startling coincidence that the impact has been fated to occur just after a visit by one of our ships. Many of our scientists wish to observe and record the event, but we only have a narrow window before it is too late. All right. Fascinating. And what we do is we tell it to go ahead and research that project. We're going to check out that moon impact. This was a long time ago. Drex saw this and we moved on. IVG, we have not even scratched the surface on what's going on. I was just kind of alluding to a number of different things. And that's barely touching what's happening because, we're just a regular, plain old biological empire. We could be a robotic species that constructs things. We could be cyborgs. We could anything in between. We can. There's so many things that could happen. I know I'm making it complicated because I get excited. I'm sorry, but we're taking it slow, one step at a time. One step. I'm just alluding to the fact because this is Paradox games are long form games. Like we've been doing this for a few hours, and we've barely explored our own corner, much less even step foot into like political intrigues with other empires. Like this is a long form game that we'll have to continue to develop over time, and so we'll have time for all those things to happen. I just want to let you know what's coming, right? We need more influence so we can colonize these planets. That is a big thing holding us back right now, that we're only having 2 planets growing population when we could have 5 planets growing population. Uh-oh. There's a small astrometric lab on our observation post orbiting the Exist 4. This is our pre-FTL people. This is the aliens that we've been watching on our bottleneck system. We've detected a Class 4 asteroid on an incoming trajectory. Unless action is taken, it will impact the planet's northern hemisphere with enough force to cause an extinction-level event. Our mission of passive observation would typically prohibit us from intervening, but many of our scientists have argued for an exception in this case. To do nothing would mean to condemn the Kareem civilization to certain death. A difficult situation. We cannot reveal ourselves until the events are concluded. We cannot dismantle the observation post until the event is concluded. There's the asteroid. Oop, up in the corner. I tried to zoom in on it. There it is. We're going to take our new fleet. We're going to go intervene. We love the aliens. We don't want to let them die. They're our friends. We're busy trying to manipulate them into a better people. All right, Elias. No problem. No problem. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. So it's a difficult situation. Something we haven't really done is checked out our espionage. So we can help them along. We could plant advanced knowledge. These all cost influence, though, so I don't think we're going to. One thing we will do is try to indoctrinate them to be more our ways. This materialism is misguided. They need to be spiritual. But they're still developing. We're going to try to save them. This asteroid will move closer, and our fleet is parked all the way back at our capital, which is somewhat of a problem. In fact, our capital, because this is all way back in the backwoods of the galaxy, we're going to do something here. You go to fight an asteroid. It's true. I'm going to be doing something. I'm going to be building a new starbase to be our new shipyard, because everything is this direction, right? We have to go through here anyway, and if there happens to be something to the north or to our west, either way, this is that point where they would split to do one or the other. This is the closest point we can be to both ends. And so I'm gonna build a shipyard there, and what that's gonna do is it'll free up our prime station to not have to have the shipyard. We will eventually build a trade hub here, and then we'll have more trade. We can gather more trade around us. So our fleet's on the way. There it goes. Oh, the moment has happened, though. Alien Reform Lobby. We have a new faction. We'll have to deal with that in a minute, because as we began to pick up more and more visual images of the aliens known as the Aleph aliens, it was inevitable that these would eventually be leaked to the wider public. Their appearance has proven delightful to the Druskish public, who are now impatient to make closer acquaintance with these aliens. We love them. We love the aliens, and so we shall. Our opinion of them improves. Alien appreciation modifier added. Xenophile ethics attraction increased. So they're going to be skewed towards loving more aliens. Even though they hate us, we love them. Story of our lives. Oh. Now this is fun. Gamma Draconis, our one and only colony. Our colonists there have made a startling discovery. Deep in a remote mountain range, they stumbled across a mysterious structure that, according to our scans, was not there when we first surveyed the planet. Nano Roberto, actually that is Catholics. So if people felt the need to use some sort of honorific, they can just call me pastor. I generally don't go by it. Normally they just call me Drewski. It would be no secret to know in online Drewski. There'd be no secret to guess that Drewski would be short for Andrewski, Drew. And so Andy is usually what I go by, just generally. And so most people just call me Andy or Pastor Andy, something like that. Online, it's easier. I've always used the term Drewski. It's not something that really hides the name well. So, but Father is purely a Catholic tradition, and so there's more reasons behind it, but it's going to be different from a Protestant view. What if the Catholics shake things up and changed it up to Daddy? Well, essentially that's what they're saying, and they're I mean, essentially that's what it means. I mean, it already is father, but you have other Spanish. It's padre. It essentially means that, but it's in a term of this is not only an authority figure. It also means somebody who is caring for me. Pastor takes a different approach because we don't take the claim that we are singularly responsible for you being in the family, right? But instead, a pastor is the word pastor means shepherd, and so there still is the same idea of a responsibility and caring for them, but without having a "you're only here because I'm here" word background to it. I'm not trying to say that that's what priests are saying, but that's kind of like the implication, right? So it's just different, yeah. There you go, yeah, shepherd. This mysterious labyrinth. This is important. This is actually really cool. It was not there when we scanned it before, when we first surveyed the planet. Its condition is excellent, almost as if it was newly built, but there is no evidence of Drooskish involvement in its construction. In fact, its architecture shows alien characteristics, with curves and angles that appear unusual and even disturbing to our aesthetic sensibilities. At its entrance, there is a sign, in our language, curiously, with the words, "Welcome to the magnificent labyrinth of exotic trans-dimensional anomalies. Enter at your own risk." So either we send a team to investigate, which is going to be a series of events to explore the interior, or we say we don't have time for this, and things might still happen, but we're going to be less committed. If we send the team, we have an upkeep cost. I suspect you guys want to know what's in the magnificent labyrinth of exotic trans-dimensional anomalies. I mean, who wouldn't want to go check that out and volunteer for the job? Right? Let's send in the team. How can we not? Absolutely. Recently, though, IVG... Men Yang is referring to IVG. We changed the name, but it didn't change it in here. IVG has grown increasingly withdrawn. Once again, he is requesting permission to return home. His co-workers note that his depression has been affecting his work and suggest we let him go. We can keep our word, or we need to keep you at any cost, and you become a substance abuser. Oh no, we lose 1,000? So substance abuser means your lifespan will get shortened. And we'd lose 1,000 unity. Any cost. IVG says at any cost we keep you here, even though if it's at the cost of your own life. And a cost of 1,000 unity. That is a steep price. It's okay. Drek would be dancing now. Where is Drek? Lifespan seems important. It's true, but if you go back, we'll never see you again. It is cost to us, yes. Now, Gerner, I don't know if you're here for it, but let's make sure everyone is aware. IVG is actually our head of research with a whole slew of bonuses, not the least of which is this homesteader trait giving us 32 food a turn. I'll be back. So 32 food a turn, a bunch of science, like 13% science bonus, outpost cost reduction. There's a lot here. A whole lot here. The 1,000 unity is kind of huge. We are over our capacity, so if we let you go, we would actually gain back leader experience gain and unity just from the costs. Should we let you go home so you don't take to the bottle there, to the substance abusing? Oh, you want to stay? All right. All right. There you are. Substance abuser. We found our missing probe. A small fleet of jury-rigged ships have been detected in the taprib system, and one of them has the probe locked in a short-range tractor beam. They're hailing us. On screen.
Spaceborne life form encountered.
What you want, alien? This probe ours. Salvage. We find first. You leave now. Yes, interrupting delicate operation your ships are. Must concentrate. Or, if you want probe, we can sell. 100 credits and probe yours. Good deal. Very good. You get probe, less work for us. Everybody wins, especially us. Need to sleep soonish. We can surrender. We can tell him to surrender our property or be destroyed. It looks like he's got a strength of 173. Or we accept and pay him 100 energy. Now we've got the energy and we've got the fleet. Let's role play this out. I think our pacifist people would not instantly jump to the threat. I think we can accept the 100. Very good, very good. We release probe into your care. Maybe a bit banged up. There was accidental collision during salvage operation. Mawagi fell on controls. Clumsy oaf. But probe's still in good condition. No refunds. We depart now. Alright, so that's gone. Meanwhile, our fleet is still heading up here. It's actually a long journey. Okay. I think more likely than our fleet getting here in time, because this is actually getting closer, will be the fact that we're building the uplink computer, which will increase the range of our starbase. Perhaps the range will be enough to shoot at this asteroid. Okay, we got the probe. You can just slightly see it moving. Our fleet is not fast. Ito, I need you to kick it into high gear here.
Special project complete.
We were successful in our attempt to record the collision. Oh yes, we were doing that. Between Tagalon and its moon, the event was captured from several different angles and transmitted live throughout our space. Most importantly, our scientists under the leadership of Drek were able to record a large amount of valuable physics data that will surely benefit our research. Marvelous! Experience points for Drek. Got some physics research. Drek levels. Is he more smarter? Not yet. Not yet, but we can give him extra lifespan. We'll keep him around. I don't think I'm worried about the survey speed because it's just not going to be that much to survey. Oh no. That is like this bottleneck right there. We might run out of things to explore. Alright, Drek is gonna head out here. Actually, what we need to do is we need to swap Drek and Baby Drewski. Baby Drewski's all the way out front here. Baby Drewski is our archaeologist, and we have some archaeological sites to find out. Drek is our perfectionist, finding new anomalies. They need to swap. So now we can excavate. Where is... Wait a minute. There we go. All right. So they're working on that. Our capital, we're actually getting low on consumer goods. We can do this monument, but we're going to start going negative on consumer goods here soon. But I think we want the monument. The asteroid's getting closer. Our neighbors! Our neighbors! Ito, you are slow, but our neighbors have arrived with a fleet. They have 20 corvettes, 1.2k fleet strength, and they are opening fire on the asteroid. Look at that. Well, meanwhile, Cheeto. Meanwhile, our expedition into the mysterious labyrinth, our communication link to the researchers we sent into the labyrinth was cut off almost as soon as they entered. Nothing was heard for several days as we waited anxiously. As time passed, we resigned ourselves to the loss of our people. Then, Once all hope was lost, they reemerged. However, this has only raised further questions. The researchers claim to have had no memory of their stay within the labyrinth, and the recordings of the expeditions are horribly garbled. Furthermore, even though they were in the labyrinth for a matter of weeks, they seem to have aged several years. Disconcerting. Well, it does look like the problem is solved. The asteroid that was heading towards the planet has been destroyed before it could reach the planet's surface. What fragments reached the atmosphere burned up safely before they could cause any harm. Aside from having witnessed what must have been a spectacular meteor shower, the pre-FTL aliens have no idea how close to extinction they just came, nor will they. Well, okay then.
Research complete.
Finished our mineral extraction there. All right. Now, again, the minus to our research pool here is I'm struggling with that. So we can improve our hull points on our corvettes by 10% and frigates, or we can get a new building for mineral production. Now, the problem is we just don't have a planet that's going to be focused on mineral production. I think we might, they're the same research cost, 7,500. I think we might go ahead and get the hull points. It's something that happens automatically. We don't have to build it. But it isn't what I would have first picked. Alright, our fleet only got part of the way. He's going to stay there because that's going to be his new home. Kodraka.
Anomaly found.
Drek, way up to the north now, has found that the asteroid here is emitting some sort of radiation. In controlled bursts, something trying to communicate with us, perhaps? Check it out, Drek.
System survey complete.
Look at this. Look at this. There's 34 minerals here in this planet with a very active ring of high valuable crystals. This system. We've got to get there. But wasn't this the place that had some wreckage and movement going on in that asteroid belt? I'm sure it'll be fine. 34, that's as much as we're making. We're making 30 a turn, so that doubles the industry. The problem is,
Complete.
we don't know if we'll be able to get all 34. Alright, sublight probe discovered. Oh, camera doesn't want to zoom to it yet. We found another
Situation log updated.
probe, and we found an archaeological site. Ah, this was the blinky here. We're going to research that first. The archaeological site is a ruined world, an entire planet covered in vast structures. This fallen megalopolis surely has secrets to be unearthed. This is a relic world. A very rare and very useful planet type. And it's also a max size of 25. It has an archaeological dig at it. So this planet is formerly a city planet. If you're familiar with Coruscant Star Wars, the whole planet is a city. That's the idea of having a ecumenopolis. So that right there is this whole side is a very important find. This energy, minerals, that planet, that's going to be fuel for our empire going forward. Rock Brain. A scan of a particularly massive asteroid yields fascinating results. The rock's core is shot through with a network of conductive crystals carrying a weak electric charge. The crew on the ship recognize this matrix as a primitive neural lattice and believe the celestial body to be thinking in some capacity, if not fully sapient. They seek permission to excavate the core and transport it to the nearest orbital station for closer study. We can make it so, or make do with what you can study from the surface. Now, I'll be honest, this is a particular event that makes me think every time that there is multiple outcomes, and I've never seen a positive outcome from the Make It So. We could try it again, though. Or we get +4 total research permanently all game from this place. The problem is the place is so far away, and we're getting so few influence, it's going to be a while. So perhaps we try to transport the core and study it. It's what all peaceful xenophile species would do. We want to make closer friends with it. Make it so. Hard to say no to +4. I know, but I also know what's here. So, rock migraine. Oh no, the core of the once it coaxed from beneath the crust of the asteroid does not respond well to the vacuum of space. The instruments read sudden energy spike moments before the rocky lump gently but decisively fractures. Large chunks of the conductive mineral are salvaged, but whatever spectral charge animated from them is now gone. The crystals are still valuable, though, in their own right. So even though we don't get... Yes, Gurner, it is. It's for their own good. They need more friends. We want friends. They need friends. It's a lonely rock. That was the reasoning. Unfortunately, they didn't survive, but Drek got the intuition trait, so now he's researching anomalies faster. We got 600 physics research, so we would have had a +4 all game, 2 of each type. We get a lump sum of 600. That's almost worth the 4 all game, depending on how long the game goes. And energy credits gained 1,200. But the fact that it's researched now, when we were very far away from this place, like this is going to be tough to reach. I think this is the better one, and plus Drek, you know, he's better at exploring. Oh, another one. Deep within a crevice of another giant asteroid, we found something astonishing. There's mining gear attached to the rock. Digging itself into the vast depth of the asteroid, it stands abandoned, with no sign of who placed it there. If we can stop the machine, we might be able to learn something about the technology used to build it, but we must hurry before random debris crushes it. We can try to stop the machine or scrap it for material. We like special projects. We got to find out what happens when we try to stop the machine.
Situation log updated.
This is going to take the expertise of a construction ship, not a science ship. So he's on the case. All right, Elias is going to go do another research. Our fleet is still hanging out. The station, I think, is about finished.
Construction complete.
It goes. And we're going to build 2 shipyards here. This is our new home base for our fleet, so we're building a crew quarter. We're going to tell our fleet to set this station as their home station and enter orbit. That'll cost less on the maintenance of the fleet. And Prime can now change out the trade hub, or the ship. Once he's done with the colony ship, we'll trade it out to a trade hub. Continued perplexity. This is our labyrinth. Further expeditions into the labyrinth have yielded varying, at times unnerving, results. On one occasion, our researchers were in for mere seconds and could give no answer as to why they turned back so quickly. On another, they were gone for weeks, but came back seemingly younger than they had left, and with year-long gaps in their memories. Some groups returned in a better physical state than they had left, others bore fresh scars of serious injuries. Over time, the sign at the entrance changed too. Enter at your own risk became danger of death, and finally, warning, warning, do not enter the labyrinth. If you do, the planet will explode. In macabre touch, Druskish skeletons adorn the walls, though exactly where they came from is not apparent, since there have been no recent unexplained disappearances. It's not clear what further study will bring. As our researchers point out, we have no way to confirm or deny the warnings stated on the sign. It is, however, becoming even harder to find volunteers to enter the labyrinth. So it's making progress. We're about halfway towards the conclusion, whatever that might be, here on Gamma Draconis Prime. Worrying. Our current approach will now cost additional Unity per month, because we're forcing people to go in against their will. In a very pacifist, alien-loving way.
Construction complete.
Surprised we haven't finished with the aliens here. Narrow-minded. Well, thanks for the sub. Thanks so much. I'm hoping you have fun. Glad to have you. We often, I don't know if you were here for our normal Mechabellum streams or if you're here for Stellaris, but we'll probably be doing both now. We normally play a game called Mechabellum. It's totally different genre. It's more like a auto battling chess game with mechs. That's what I've been doing, but I wanted to mix it up today, and we'll have to keep going because now we've started. We have the story here. We've recovered another probe, and we're gonna get the system data. So now we have the rest of the info about the system here. And we're actually running out of consumer goods. Oh, the excavator. The runaway machine. We managed to stop it before it broke down. It's a remarkable piece of machinery, with a smooth surface covered in diamonds. At first glance, the whole drill seemed one solid piece. But it's simply so well put together that you cannot notice the grooves and joints. Our engineers will be able to reverse engineer some of this technology. Excellent. So we now have the research option for deep core mining, and as a bonus, 20% of the tech is already progressed for us. So that's going to be a tech that'll help us with mining minerals and such. The labyrinth might have just finished. It just jumped really far. Contrary to its warnings, the labyrinth's disappearance did not destroy Gamma Draconis Prime. That's a relief. However, it certainly left its mark. Earthquakes ravaged the lands, and volcanoes long dormant erupted to life. Amidst the widespread destruction, a message was left behind. We thank you for so kindly allowing us to study the beings of your dimension. It has proven most useful to our endeavors. We apologize for the inconvenience of our departure causes. We're not able to secure necessary funding from the Ministry of Extra-Dimensional Security for a smooth withdrawal. As a token of our goodwill, we leave you a minor space-time anomaly at the site of our laboratory. We hope it will prove diverting. We shall delve into its secrets. So the planet just got changed significantly. It adds a couple active volcanoes. It ruined a city. There's now a deep sinkhole, but a space-time anomaly. And so we get a unique researcher job on the planet to occupy our pops, and every 25 pops on the planet will be an extra researcher job. So let's have a look at what that is. I don't think the month, there it is. Space-time anomaly researcher. We have one free job of this. What they'll do, they will, at the cost of some consumer good upkeep, which we need to generate more, they will generate physics research, some engineering research, and they'll generate dark matter, a high-tier strategic resource that usually you do not start getting until mid to late game. And we're going to start generating. Now it says it's 0, and the reason why it's saying 0, that's the purple swirl. It's saying 0 because it's less than 1, but it is there, so we're getting like 0.5. We'll find out exactly how much, but that's awesome. So we're going to try to force somebody to work the job. There we go. Yeah, 0.2, but that's okay. We're getting something that otherwise we would not be getting at all. Never minded. Been enjoying your streams for a few months. Oh, awesome. You've been here all along. Jumped in with Mech, but you've played Stellaris in the past. Looking forward to seeing you take on a playthrough. That's fun. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so our fleet is parked. We've got the starbase going. Prime Station looks like it's about done with the colony ship. Yep, it just finished the colony ship, so we can trade out the shipyard to a trade station. Little things like having the trade station to collect trade from these planets is things that's easily overlooked. So you got to make sure that you're collecting all the income when, you know, they're not generating trade yet, but they will be. We also need to clear out some of these features. We don't have the technology to get rid of the volcanoes and such, but the city ruins we can. And wow, that's pretty expensive. It was worth it. It was worth it. Have we gotten our first Unity perk? We've not gotten our Ascension perk. We're working on this partly because IVG keeps costing all of our Unity every time he wants to go home. Like the whole Empire's Unity is spent to keep one guy here. Okay, we're excavating. I forgot to mention, I sent Baby Drewski on an archaeological site, but we didn't really look at the site. This was that strange asteroid that looked like it was artificial. Worth it. As the science ship approaches the asteroid, a vast and time-worn door is revealed. Who would have built such a thing and why? Perhaps the answers are inside. Open the door, and we're actually finding some minor artifacts along the way. So just like the first contact, Baby Drewski is now engaging in this little mini game where he's rolling a 10-sided die. And actually, no, what is it? Is it a... Yeah, 1 to 10. Die to roll. And so what's happening is you have to get successes. So the difficulty right now is easy. It's a 3. So it has to be 4 or higher to progress this thing. And it tells you, you know, results 5 or less actually adds 0 clues. 6 to 10 adds 1 clue. A result 11 to 13, that's if you have like skill bonus, which we do. We have +3 skill bonus. Adds 2 clues. Or if we can get 14 or greater, we get a chapter. Every clue is like a bonus and to your result. So basically you build up clues to the point where you can finally get a roll of 14. And so over time we'll get that. And so he's just building that up. The German show Dark. I have not seen it.
Construction complete.
Oh, this is our little buddies. Our detection instruments have, for the first time, picked up radio signals emanating from Excavus 4. The industrialized alien civilization has evidently begun experimenting with wireless transmissions. Elsewhere on the planets, reports have come in detailing the launch of basic aircraft. Barring some unforeseen development, this civilization's technological progress will continue at a rapid pace. We need to monitor these. In fact... Oh, we're Dark is great. Shenanigans ensue. Love the mystery. World-ending shenanigans. We need to get going. If we're going to indoctrinate these people, we need to get rolling on that. We're actually almost at the required infiltration level, but it costs us 55 influence, so we'll have to save up some influence to do this. Because if we're going to make these people our little buddies, eventually they're going to learn spaceflight. But we want them to be like us. They need to know the correct ways. Okay, there's our trade hub. So each trade hub is adding collection range. So now we're collecting farther out. So like we'll be able to collect the trade that this planet at Taprib generates, because it's 3 jumps away. I think it comes with a collection range is 3.
System survey complete.
So we'll be able to collect that. Drek briefly detected some unusual energy readings emanating from this planet. Oops. It might have been a glitch in our systems, or it could be a sign of something more. Certainly, Drek, you need to check that out.
Construction complete. Construction complete. Research complete.
All right, lots going on. We finished claiming this land for our other colony here. We're going to go claim that. And we're actually really getting in trouble on consumer goods. I've neglected it all game. We're going to buy some. 250 consumer goods cost 600 energy. We've got the energy. And we finished our energy capacity subsidies energy grid tech. So this allows us to make more energy on a planet. All right. Tough decision time. New physics research. We are not generating much. If we do quantum theory, we will generate 20% more from our scientists. And we just got that dimensional portal guy. He's doing 8. This will make him do 10. You know, this would be really nice. It's also 5,000. Fusion reactor. Our ships could not power enough, like we didn't have enough power on our ships to do what we wanted. This would give us more power on our ships. It costs more, 6,250. Or, for fun, if you remember our neighbor planet, we got a 90% boost on cloaking technology. It's purple because it's a rare technology, and it's only here as a third because we already have tech towards it. So it's going to stay here even if we don't pick it. It'll stay available. But you notice it only is going to be 1,500 left to get. So we could get this very quickly. It would allow active reconnaissance on planets, or our ships, science ships rather. Cloaking field generator for first strike capability, even though, you know, we would never do such a thing. I think we're going to get it. Not only that, it'll also re-roll our other techs. And we always like to see what else is out there. Next goal is the Relic World.
Blocker cleared.
That's me cleaning up those planets. Ah. This was Drek. On that planet there, we've traced the unusual electromagnetic radiation emanating from Omicron Persei 6 to a secret subterranean bunker hiding a mega computer the size of a battleship. Our researchers suspect that it may have been there for several thousand years, hard at work solving a single, very complex problem, the nature of which still eludes us. 42! When the crew attempted to interact with the computer, they discovered that the facility, which had appeared both abandoned and unguarded, was in fact operated by a security AI, the highest purpose of which seems to be frying its visitors alive. As the crew defeated the AI, it broadcasted a message to an unknown recipient. Now we have some options. We could scrap the mega computer for parts. We would get not only some alloys, but some rare strategic resources. They're rare for us now, though it won't be rare at the end game. 50 each of crystals and motes. Or use it to boost our research. 10 years of 10% more monthly engineering research. We can use it to boost our research. Or we could let it continue its mysterious calculations and get 1,681 unity. Now, may I remind you, we're only making 45, and we've probably spent 1,600 just keeping IVG here. So, I'm leaning towards the unity here. I like the engineering, but it's only 10 years, and it's basically 4 engineering research with what we have, with what we're generating. So, I'd like to get 1,600 unity, and that should give us our next thing. There it is. Also, before we check that out, Jiito has leveled. So we can either upgrade your fleet organization capacity or your logistic understanding. This is upkeep versus naval capacity. We have a pathetic amount of naval capacity. You are increasing it currently by 5%. So we were at 20 capacity, 20 ships. We had 10 ships. You made it 21. You can bump that to probably 23. All right, head of research off to sleep. Watch the rest of the VOD. Yep, good luck, have fun. Thanks for hanging, IVG. Yeah, this has been a blast. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. We're gonna do naval capacity on the off chance that they do declare war on us. Okay, and we got our next tech here, or next tradition. Increasing our leader lifespans, because we don't know when they're gonna start dying off, But I think we still have time. We're about 15 years in the game. They usually don't start dying for a minute. So let's get our experience gain. This is normally the first one you pick. You want your guys to level up as fast as you can. We've been neglecting it. So we're going to get that. And we really need to get industry. I want to put that industry on other planets, not my homeworld. So I think we'll wait. Oh no, IVG again! Once again, requesting permission to return home. His coworkers note that the depression has been affecting his work and suggest we let him go. We can keep our word, or now he gets arrested development trait, giving him minus 25% leader experience gain and another minus 1,000 unity. We're going broke here. Well, let's put it this way. IVG, you just went to bed. I think we'll let you go to bed here too. Was not lying. He wanted to leave. I think he has to go. I think you guys are right. We've been over our leader capacity this whole time just because we didn't want to lose any of our audience here. So we'll keep our word. I don't want to keep losing unity. It's costing us. That does mean we have a spot open on the council. Now, let's check our factions once again. Our xenophile and pacifist are not represented on the board. And neither is, we had this other group again. They're not really productive for us. But basically, we still have the same problem where everybody we have is spiritualist. We could hire a new guy, but I don't want to necessarily be over capacity yet again. But if we did, we could hire a xenophile or a pacifist here, and we actually could hire, this is interesting, if we hired this one, maybe we should, the eager trait is meant for this purpose exactly. This leader has minus 50% cost to buy, so it's only 24 unity, minus 10% upkeep, and does not count towards our leader capacity while under level 4. Meaning we won't go over capacity, nobody else is suffering for it, no other increase. We can do it, and it's pacifist, meaning we can put it on our council, making our people happy, which will generate even more unity. I think that's pretty nice. Plus, we have a ship waiting for him. Do we have anyone else who's eager? Doesn't look like it. Now, we're currently looking at the council position. This is not for the council, but we might hire the guy anyway. So I think we will. Put him there. We go back to our government because we were in the menu of picking a guy there. Oh wait, that is why we are picking him, because he's our path. Yeah. So once again, Drek's not going to be on the council. He would give us 6% research, but if we do this, these guys are now represented. At least this one is. This one isn't. They'll be happy with us once we make a new contact, though. So, and we're going to incorporate enclaves eventually. So these guys aren't bad. All right. So who is this? If I move my mouse off my screen to my other screen, I don't. It pans the camera there. There it is, Gurner. On the council, head of research. Exploring the galaxy. And eager. Yes, eager. Oh my. Alright, this is kind of late for this, but we might do this anyway. We now know, without a doubt, that a thriving biosphere is not something unique to Twitch. Yeah. You know, we're already living on other planets. Both the scientific community and the public at large are eager to learn more about the various forms of alien life found throughout the galaxy. Of course we are. Efforts to catalog the life forms we encounter are already underway, but our xenobiologists have urged us to focus our planetary survey efforts on habitable, life-bearing worlds. We could say it's a commendable initiative, and there's an event chain where we need to find and survey, I believe, 6 planets. New ones. We've already explored quite a few. Or we could say, no, we have more important things to do, and just get a small lump sum of unity. Now, there's one planet right there, so we are going to get one. And who knows if this will continue. I am glad that our black hole here, this bottleneck, which we need to get out there to, is not a dead end. But who knows who's out here. So it's uncertain if we'll be able to scan 6 planets. It's pretty late, but I'm going to do it anyway. After all, we're eager, right, Gerner?
Situation log updated.
Okay. Also, first contact. We might have finally made contact. New friends await. Oh no. Mistaken translations. Our attempts to decode the language has hit a setback. It seems that a key assumption our linguists have been relying on, and the translations have been conclusively disproven. While this means much of our progress will have to be revised, at least our future efforts will hopefully be built on a more reliable basis. Unfortunate, we lose insights yet again. We have a 20% transfer breakthrough. Oh wow, I forgot. Gerner was, or IVG was 30 of our food. We're gonna have to turn this back on. Oops. We can generate food here too. We've got a lot stored up, so we might just grow into it rather than force people to switch. But overall, we needed these planets we needed them yesterday to get them up and running. We need the resources. Well, our fleet though, we probably need to go take out that anomaly. And since we still haven't actually made an enemy yet, now might be a good time to go ahead and get that anomaly taken care of.
Construction complete.
So I'm refitting our ships. We noted in the past, maybe you weren't there for it if you're new to the stream right now, but we noted that this subspace anomaly is shields and hull. It has no armor. If I highlight this, 2,000 hull, 0 armor, 2,000 shields. Yes, refit does cost some resources, but corvettes are kind of piddly. Like this cost us maybe like 10 alloy. I don't remember what it was. It was not much. But it does cost, and it costs time. We're doing 2 at a time because we have 2 shipyards. So it's going faster. Actually, we're doing 1 at a time because we're also building the colony ship. But we have the other slot available to refit. But we're refitting, so when our ships arrive, we're having missiles that pierce shields. So basically, we ignore half of its health. It's 4,000 total health with the shields and hull, and we're ignoring half. Now, shields operate a little different. Like, each one is slightly different. Shields actually regenerate over time. So normally when you're fighting it, it's not exactly the 2,000. It's 2,000 plus however long it takes you to get through it because they're regenerating. We're ignoring it. We're just saying, we're just going to take out the whole point. So we're specializing to kill this, and then we will specialize back to our generalist design. We finished our planet here. Given the situation here, we're actually going to go straight to producing consumer goods. The civilian industries, similar to an industrial district, can make consumer goods. Industrial district, by default, gives 2 jobs. One that gives consumer goods, and one that gives alloy. So that's artisan and metallurgist. Artisan's the consumer, metallurgist is the alloy. Gives 2 housing. I don't need alloy if I'm not going to war. We're taking a risk. So we're going to do the building of the civilian industries, which is 2 artisan jobs. So we're getting more consumer goods. And when the planet grows, it will specialize, meaning all future industry districts will be 2 artisans as opposed to metallurgists. So we'll get no alloys from here, but tons of consumer goods. That's good for us at peace. If we go to war, that's bad. So we'll just see how it plays out. Oh, a clear signal. We had struggled to gather information for our linguists to have much to go on, but now our efforts have received a major boost. Our sensors have picked up a lengthy exchange between several of the ships. We can only assume their guard slipped for a moment, or perhaps their technology is not as advanced as we had suspected, and they thought their channel to be secure. Excellent. 3 more insights. That just jumped us from a 20% breakthrough chance to a 90% breakthrough chance. We are about to make first contact. I hope that they will be our friends. This will be a real short Stellaris game if they're not.
System survey complete.
Oh yes. We were going to indoctrinate these people. Let's do that before I forget again. So we're going to indoctrinate the society. The reason for it, normally you can ignore this. Like, let me just put this out there. Normally, if you're playing the game, you can utterly ignore any espionage with the spy network thing here and just kind of leave them be. You can study them, you can conquer them, you can just put it to use. We are role-playing. And so we are going to try to make these people who are materialist, which in the game's lore, being a materialist is not talking like you often hear it come up, you know, on people focused on stuff. Christmas time, people are buying gifts. That's materialism like that is not what we're talking about. What we're talking about here, materialism, is the philosophical mindset that there is only the material world. There is no spiritual world, and therefore they're focused on science, robots, things like that in the game to further their understanding of the material world. The opposite ethic is a spiritualist, which obviously was going to think there's a spiritual world. So they don't coexist, and we have chosen a spiritualist ethic. So we actually won't get along with these guys unless we can cause that to change. And since we're trying to roleplay that we're friendly to aliens, we are in fact going to manipulate their society for their benefit to know the right of things. Put old Gerner in charge of research and all of a sudden you get major insights. It's true! Specializing in generalizing. We are specializing in generalizing on our fleet.
Ships upgraded.
All right, so we've changed our fleet. It was close to 700. The game says this is a weaker design. We are saying that this is a superior design for that specific situation, but I'd still like to have a couple more ships to round out the fleet. Communications established. The moment has arrived. Our efforts to decipher the signals picked up from the aliens, the Aleph aliens, have paid off, and we finally made a breakthrough. While our mastery of their language may not be complete, we have managed to successfully open diplomatic channels with the civilization we now know to be the Scannurian state. Scannurian state. On screen. We just gained a chunk of influence. Our intel on them is set to 20, and we can now talk to them. Here we go.
An alien empire has established communications.
All right. They are a theocratic dictatorship. Ruthless capitalists. They are authoritarian. They value centralized government as opposed to individual freedom. That's what that's all about. We didn't pick one of those ethics, so we don't mind that. However, they are militarist. That obviously is going to be counteracted to our pacifist ethics. We might not get along there, but they're spiritualist, as are we. So we do have some common ground. Maybe they can be our friend after all. Now, how do we respond? They say, well met. I represent the I'm going to have to figure out how to pronounce it. Scannurian state. Led by illustrious patriarch Timeric. We rule our region of space under the divine mandate, and so long as you do not interfere in our spiritual affairs, our relations may remain cordial. We can have a positive, guarded, or negative reaction. Obviously, we love aliens, so we share the same divine heritage. But these things do have different results. By seeking friendly relations, by clicking this, their opinion of us will be increased. That's good. Or we could pick something to the effect of guarding this. We have no desire for conflict, and we seek to distance ourselves, meaning that their spy network growth on us is reduced. That sounds important, except the game basically forgot what spy network is, and it's a total vestigial like thing from a previous DLC. Like spying is meaningless, so I'm not worried about that. Or we can prepare for hostilities. You must throw away your old ways, and it gives us spy network growth on them, but they don't like it. Now we're friendly, so we're gonna do this. Close that window, unpause for just a second, and now they appear on the screen. There they are. We've met our first neighbor. In fact, this is their capital. They started right next to the mega structure. Unfair, I say. But now we can talk to them. Their attitude towards us is wary, but increasing. We want that to improve. Their stance is belligerent, so they tend to lean towards military and war. Obviously, they would. They also live on what looks like a savanna world. Can't quite see from here, but I do believe that's arid. Okay, arid trait. And so they're gonna have a different type of planet preference than we do. What we're gonna do is we're gonna improve relations. We're gonna send Sanchez here to go and improve relations. So over time, this relation will grow. The fact that we're starting on a decent stance with them, and them not having any particular reason to go negative, we have a very good chance of actually making them a friend. And that's very nice. We could send a second envoy to build a spy network and get intel on them. Intel is what allows you to see inside their borders, as well as obviously conduct spy operations. You could steal technology. And I might assign it just to see their borders, but not because I want to spend resources to spy. I don't have that sort of resource. So we're going to find out more about them. Over time, as our relationship builds, we'll be able to either form defensive pact, non-aggression pact, commercial research, migration treaties. So, for example, migration is interesting. This would be an alternative way for us to bring in an alien species without having to enslave anybody. They could just move in. And if they do, they, preferring arid worlds, could land on arid worlds in our name as our citizens. And so we have this arid world right here. We could potentially claim this with their species and prosper, because there will be our citizens. Oh no. All right. I know this one. Hilito, that's our newest system we just entered right here. It is missing planets. Try to unpause it. It shows up. There it goes. You see some planets, but it's missing some. All calculations point to the existence of several more celestial bodies. Yes, yet they are nowhere to be found in the system. Sensors have been recalibrated and numbers rechecked, but the theory stands disproven by reality. We have marked the missing planetoid's position on our star charts. Perhaps a closer scan of the system could reveal more. Fascinating. Lost a lost a planet. Just how embarrassing. All right, we got our spy network established. Yeah, we can study the drones. Yes, obstructed by hostiles. We got several things still working on. One thing we haven't done is our observation here. We've just been leaving it be, but this is us observing our buddies, our little guys here. Observation insights. You can actually increase this number. So what's happening here is our scientists are in the process of gathering insight from our pre-FTL study subjects. We might discover new insight technology during a breakthrough event. This is actually unique to one of the DLCs, where you can actually get special tech that you can only get through observation. And this is one of the main reasons why you observe them rather than conquer them or enslave them or simply uplift them and make them known to your presence in the first place. This technology is what makes our current approach worthwhile, and we can actually improve it. So it's increasing at 0.7. It would be 0.5, but Xenophile increases that. And the observation station is generating science for us. 6 science a turn. 6.4. If we're willing to sacrifice some of that science, we can increase the rate at which this grows. And I think we will. So now it's 0.9 instead of 0.7. So we'll lose 50%. We're losing 3 science to gain the 0.2 here, but this is unique tech that you cannot get any other way. Uh-oh. After our initial communication with the Skankarian state, we received some troubling news. An attack fleet of outdated Druskish ships has entered the Skankarian space and is now speeding towards their starbase. The accelerating ships are moving at such a rate that anything biological inside them must have been reduced to a liquid state by now. Fortunately, we are prepared. Having observed the odd behavior of the den, we stand ready to shoot them out of space before they can hit the station. I think this is Den causing trouble. As head of research. So, in our neighboring system here, Den has sent some ships, but they got out of control and they're just speeding recklessly forward. We can stop them now, lowering their opinion of us by 100. That's going to be brutal. We gained 50 at our initial conversation, but 100 is going to be a bad thing. Oh. We could let them weaken these aliens, then reprimand Den. The starbase would be destroyed. I've never had this work out in such a situation before, where I would actually consider this. We would lose 200. That's basically a state of war. We'd lose 200 reputation with them. But the starbase goes away. Now, if the starbase is destroyed, sometimes the game, if you have, it might downgrade it to an outpost. If there's a planet, it would automatically rebuild it. But I'm hoping that if the starbase is destroyed, they actually lose the system. Yes, Gurner, and we might be able to claim the megastructure. Now, if we were warlike, we could say our neighbors are weak and use the opportunity to end them. And basically, the starbase is destroyed. Then we'll cede control of corvettes. We get a fleet, and we enter a total war with them, and the game on. But we don't want to do that. Doesn't really match the role play. We might have to make an exception, though. No matter what, we're losing relations. No matter what, we can stop them now. Or it's too alert. I mean, if you haven't played before, these megastructures are game changing. Now we won't be able to repair it for generations, but whenever we do, it would be absolutely game changing. Here's a way we might justify it if you're ready for this. We might be twisting some things around to make this work, but as you know, we are xenophile and pacifist, both of which have been benefiting from this interaction, right? We like aliens, we're peaceful, we introduced ourselves, we were nice. We've been neglecting part of our nature, who we are as people, as a sloth. We've been neglecting who we are, and that is that we are spiritualist, and this might be a sign from the divine. Yeah, we certainly won't take it by obvious force, so there's no other way we would get it. But maybe the cosmic divine has shown us a way to give us this system because it's really meant to be for us. Indeed, a message from the heavens because we're spiritualists. I think we're only being true to ourselves. We're not attacking them. Somebody else is attacking them. This is just a sign. It would, to stand in the way would be blasphemous, of course. Now here's my problem. I still don't know if the game will actually remove their control of this or just downgrade the starbase to a regular outpost. That's my problem. It's worth finding out because we got a megastructure at stake and we can't commit blasphemy. Yeah, and we don't want to condone. Yeah, we wouldn't. So we would publicly reprimand Den. It'd just be after the fact. I need to know for science in the game. I've never had this, by the way, where I've done this. So we're gonna find out. Now the problem is, you need to cancel and start heading over there. We need to claim that instantly. It's also a little trick we could do, and I hesitate to do it. If I don't make a choice yet, I just leave it be. It won't actually cause whatever our choice, our determination. We won't actually have the determination until I pick something. I could unpause the game, let our construction ship get closer, then make our choice and have our construction ship be right there to build, so that there's no time for them to rebuild. That's the concern. If this is his capital, he might have a construction ship just hanging out. Just hanging out. All he has to do is go one jump. We've got to go 4 jumps. If we're going to risk war over this, I don't want to risk losing the race. So we might cheese ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Also, because we haven't weakened the relations just yet, they still like us. They want to establish an embassy. Very good, very good. We'll be friends. Yeah, current relations is positive 120. I think it changed by 30 last month. I think we might be able to handle the minus 200 and not be at war. I can just sit on it till I'm ready, and it is cheesy. I don't want to do that. This is kind of unique. I've never had 3,000 hours playing. Of course, this is part of a new DLC, but I've never had where we can just destroy a starbase, and it's something we want to take immediately. I don't know the outcome. So we just kind of let that be. Finders keepers. Now remember, we set up a spy out here, you know, for the good of the cause, right? We're being alien loving by knowing more about them. A particularly observant operative in their state has let their paws on a part of an encryption key. It would seem a careless Skankuri politician mislaid the device while commuting. This bodes well enough for our operations in the Skankurian state, but our study of the device's unique design has revealed novel insights for our general approach to code breaking. Excellent. So 2 years bonus code breaking. Yes, diplomat. It's actually an envoy. It's technically an envoy. Oh no. More developments. Our buddies, our little buddies down here. The Kirim. A novel zoonotic disease has appeared on the planet. Without the medical technology required to combat the infection, the population is quickly succumbing to misery and death. If we watch and learn for science, it would have following effects. Observing the situation should provide some interesting insights. We might get one of those technologies we talked about. But once selected, we will be unable to change this approach. Or we provide aid. This will have the following effects. It is our responsibility to help those in need. Once selected, we won't be able to change it. It will cost us 25 food, 25 science, and 25 unity to upkeep this aid to help them through this crisis. Or we can promote the disease, which will cost us science and unity because, you know, people don't necessarily like knowing that we're committing genocide, but it offers a unique opportunity for research and perhaps even a chance to purge the planet of sentient life, and we can have it. I think... I don't want to spend the resources, but I think to atone for some of the neighboring shenanigans that's happening right next door, we might have to provide aid. We want to keep them around. They're our buddies. They're our buddies. We're going to provide aid. But this might also give them knowledge of who we are. They're in the machine age. So, you know, they're in the 20th century, turn of the 20th century, right? Like they're inventing cars and such. And we're trying to convince them to be a different people. Yeah, well, exactly. We'll tell them what great people we are. It'll smooth over the loss of the station. Exactly. It's on the border. They'll see that we're helping. We're nice guys. It's really not us. It's Den anyway. It wasn't us. It was Den. We'll provide the aid, but this is going to be tough. We're going to lose a lot of resources. Okay. We got another tradition. We can do lifespan, which, as long as nobody's dying, we don't necessarily need it yet. Or we can do this one, which is just kind of a silly one. It would give us, for our Admiral levels, we get plus some naval capacity. So J-Ito would give us, like, I don't know, 6 more naval capacity. Empire size, that's something I hadn't even talked about, but it's important as you get large. You don't the smaller the better. It costs you unity and science to have a sprawling, unwieldy empire. But 2 is a pathetic amount, so that's nothing. What's useful here is every scientist's level in the empire gives an overall leader experience gain by 0.5. We've got a bunch of scientists. They're level 3, level 4. So we're actually going to get a decent experience boost across the empire. We're going to pick it. Perfect name for an army. So we'll unpause. We're getting our construction ship in position. Once the month rolls over, we'll see how much naval capacity and things we got from G-Ito. Oh yes, we refit, so we can go take out that anomaly, huh? Pastor Drewski has leveled up. Well, he is a champion of the people. We do need to continue down that train. More happiness to the people because they love Drewski so much. Without a doubt. It must be our choice. Our construction ship is almost in position. I don't want to be in the system just in case. Just in case. We'll be next door. Just park right there. Ah! I think we got inside that asteroid. Archaeological site finished. This strange asteroid. It was a vault. Opening the vault has raised more questions than it answered. Let's go zoom over here. Yeah, this is Baby Drewski. Raised more questions than it answers. Contained within is an esoteric collection of items ranging from junk to what are possibly artifacts from a forgotten empire. Sorting through it all took some time, but we did find some useful items. A welcome surprise. We gained the Starhold technology, or the ability to research it. Also, ancient saturator artillery, very useful for us as pacifists, and 60 minor artifacts, which is actually quite a bit. A welcome surprise. Speaking of artifacts and things, I forgot, I've neglected this all game long. I have, from our oldest child Drewski, her first ever homemade cookies. Wonderful. Delicious. What a pleasure. Okay. Something I haven't really mentioned is you can declare edicts throughout your empire. And you can actually focus, as an empire, you can actually focus on these sorts of edicts to get these bonuses. We haven't. So what happens is we have a fund that's kind of earmarked for edicts. Up to 25 unity value. Essentially, this is free edict unity. It will not cost us our unity resource. We got a bunch of these. If we go over that 25, it does cost the unity. It's 25 free. So for example, we can have our technicians, which generate energy, generate more energy. But it costs us 48 unity, 25 of which is free. The remainder would come from the pool, and that's bad. We're not going to do that. Same with our 32 land of opportunity thing. Immigration pool. That would be nice eventually. But I think what we're going to pick, because they're free, is one of these other ones. We're not going to fortify the border. We're not worried about that. We can venerate saints, or we can have peace festivals. One or the other. Let's not do both, because it'll put us over the cap. Our priests are generating unity, and peace festivals will give us just happiness across the board. I think we want to do the happiness now. I don't have very many priests. I'm just going to add that. So basically, we're going to have more pacifist people. with the ethics attraction, but we're doing it for the happiness. And when we get our next tech, we'll check out the saturator artillery. All right. The ship is in position. We are allowing the destruction of our neighbor's starbase and pointing the blame at the den. Toad, welcome back! You played a lot of Stellaris, and yet now it's a whole new game, isn't it? It's totally different. Now, the latest update, highly divisive. A lot of people don't like it. They feel like it's constraining. I love it. I love it because before, leaders, they were a dime a dozen. You'd have like 8 or 10 leaders scouting things. We're already over, like, we have a lot of leaders. But they matter now. I pay attention to them now. They have stories that I'm paying attention to. And the leveling up, all of it's fun. So I love the way that the game has gone. But it is a whole new learning curve every time. Den is always up to mischief. Let's find out what happens. This is for science. What we want to know. What we want to know. And Toad, I don't know if you just got here or not. But we have a neighbor. We're trying to be pacifist, xenophile. We love aliens. But we're spiritual. And we're taking this as a sign from the heavens that this is supposed to be ours. This system here, the purple system, the black hole, which has an enemy station and a mega structure, which is a ruined matter decompressor, it was meant for us. And so we have this event where our brethren from the planet Den, who is our neighboring planet from our starter origin that I won't get into right now, but they seem to have sent a fleet on a ramming speed. Yeah, it totally looked like our name was on it. I thought so too. Here we go. What I want to know is, will the starbase totally be destroyed? The planet goes neutral, star or whatever, goes neutral, and we can claim it. Or does it just delete the upgraded station and downgrade it down to an outpost? Here we go. Aha! Ha ha ha! It's ours! Mission accomplished! Drek has found some irregularities with an energy emission pattern. You go. Go do the thing. Thanks for the follow. We're trying to get ourselves some homemade cupcakes. Or a homemade cupcake. We can get 500 followers, so thank you. Baby Drewski has finished the archaeological dig. We have not claimed another dig for him to work on. So, temporarily, we're going to have him just go assist research at the home. We're so negative on all these resources, it's kind of scary.
Anomaly found.
The missing planets! Gurner! There's an unusual amount of hyperlanes in this system. Usually, we would dismiss these as too small to facilitate a spaceship, but the sheer amount is intriguing in and of itself. This is a very hard 1200 day... Now, it's because you're level 1, you just started. Research time. We might put Baby Drewski on the case. Welcome! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! We are playing some Stellaris. I do not know if you are all familiar or not with the game, but you are welcome to find out as we explore the galaxy together. You were playing Stellaris too. Okay, wonderful. We've actually been playing most of the afternoon here, but what we've been doing is taking our time. Most of my viewers are aware of Stellaris, but had not played Stellaris. And so this is more of a slower pace. We've been reading anomalies. We've been kind of enjoying, we're role-playing. And so we're not going for any sort of min-max build. The Galactic Empire. Yes, that would be much later on. But yeah, and we're reading it. Yeah, we're having a great time. We're moving at normal speed, not fast. I think it is. Thank you. Yeah, taking time to enjoy the game. And I think for people who have never seen the game, to see how rich and mysterious and variety, how much is going on in the game at a pace that they can hopefully digest is wonderful. Like, I think that's the goal. Yeah, speed 1. There you go. Thanks everyone for the follows. You guys might not know this, but our goal in the channel, if we could get 500 follows, Mrs. Drewski has pledged to bake me my very own cupcake. And so, if we can make that happen, the dreams will be made reality. Yes, you guys are helping it happen. A cupcake. So, I just had something that was new to me. I've played a lot of hours. I've been trying to not do spoilers for those new, so we've been kind of just learning it as we go, right? But we started with the Fear of the Dark origin, meaning there's another splinter faction in our home system, the Den, and they're up to some shenanigans sometimes. They are fearful of the galaxy at large. And we just had an event where there was a fleet of their ships heading at a breakneck speed towards our one and only neighbor. We're Xenophiles, so we're trying to be friends. They were heading towards the starbase. That starbase was one we were a little bitter about, because they were on the same spot as a matter decompressor. And we're Xenophiles, so we couldn't really go and declare war on them. But all of a sudden, Den sent a kamikaze troop wave to go take that out, and we let them. Because, you know, we're also spiritualists. We said it was a sign from the divine, that it was really meant to be for us to begin with. So we're gonna go claim that. That was the latest that just happened. So even though we're friends with these guys, and they might be a little upset, yeah, minus 95 last month, they might be a little upset about the developments, but I think they'll like us enough. You were life-seeded Origin, taking planets and games super hard. It absolutely is. Were you militaristic, conquering things, or were you xenophile, where you just bring in people to then go and colonize for you? Or did you go robots to colonize? Only make one cupcake, says Toad. Well, Toad, that all depends on the quality of the cupcake, doesn't it? All right, we're gonna unpause. We are claiming what is rightfully ours. They are a little upset with us, so they closed borders, and now they're harming our relations. So it could get bad. We are on Grand Admiral difficulty, aggressive AI, and we're pacifists. And so we really don't want to make an enemy here, but it was too good to not get this thing claimed. Xenophobe? But we had an evolution that changed our peeps to desert, which now changed all the worlds to desert and genetically changed ourselves to a fit. Gotcha. Yeah, so we're trying to do something very silly, and that is roleplay as xenophile pacifist in a Grand Admiral difficulty. Yeah, there's been a ton that's changed, man. Super new to the game. Well, I mean, there's so much to learn. So much. He has 10 subjects that hate him, but they're inferior. Amazing. We're hoping to have a subject eventually that's our little friend. We've got a pre-FTL, and Toad, this is new to you because you don't have the first contact. But we are actually manipulating the pre-FTL civilization here. They are fanatic materialist. We're using espionage to indoctrinate their society to hopefully turn them away from their materialism way towards spiritualism, because that's who we are. I love it for the role play. It's almost purposeless in the gameplay. Like there's not much there, but I love it for the role play. Of those expansions, of those DLC, let me have a look again. What you said you missed, you don't have. Nemesis, Overlord, First Contact, Galactic Paragons. Nemesis is probably the biggest late game improvement, and that's what most people feel like the game needs is more late game is Nemesis. I have really been enjoying Galactic Paragons. Yeah, Galactic Paragons are great too. I personally, for the fun part, I would say Galactic Paragons, but that is this highly subjective thing because so many people actually don't like Galactic Paragons. I love it. But if you think you might go the more conquest path, you might prefer Nemesis. Yeah, I love it for the roleplay too. We're same thinking. Yeah, we're aiding them and showing them a better way. Gurner's correct. This is for their own good. All right. Meanwhile, we have discovered one of our precursor anomalies. A derelict Erassian cruiser has been left forgotten for over 1 million years in close orbit around Krodaka 3. The slowly spinning vessel shows no obvious signs of weapon damage, and all escape pods remain accounted for. As would be expected, no power signatures can be detected from within its hull. Remarkable! We now have a special project to investigate the derelict cruiser.
Situation log updated.
And so we shall. Meanwhile, we're claiming what's rightfully ours here, and our fleet is heading over to this anomaly, the final anomaly that is blocking our final subspace probe that our people sent out ages ago and we realized might be a mistake. So we're going to go try to claim that probe, defeating the anomaly. We have customized our fleet to be a missile fleet. Every ship has missiles, all missiles. This is not how I normally play, but this is what we're doing. All missiles, because the anomaly over here that we're about to engage is all shields. Missiles penetrate shields. Thank you for the follow, Reaper. And so the goal is to basically make short work of it. Half of his health is shields, half his hull. We're going to skip the shields entirely and hopefully take it on with ease. So that's the goal there. Meanwhile, the economy's in shambles because we're currently helping our people, our little buddies. We're trying to aid them against a plague on their planet. Okay, something else. Many things happen. This is why we can't go faster than normal speed. The latest sensory readings from Shiat A Alpha showed the star pulsating regularly, but when the crew on the Von Braun arrived at the site, there was no evidence to support the data. While most of the crew are in agreement that the anomaly was caused by a sensory malfunction, Science Officer Drek discards this theory. Of course he does. Drek claims to have discovered similar pulsating energy emissions patterns elsewhere, and now fears that something strange is happening to the galaxy's stars. They have charted the course to the nearest affected star. I guess I have a cookie to eat. It is an anomaly I had to investigate. Alright. Now, I happen to know where this leads. But I think Drek would want to get to the bottom of this. That we must get to the bottom of this. We need to find out why the stars are pulsing. We could say it's just a malfunction and get some unity. A 10 months or so worth of unity there. Not bad. But we're going to follow the trail.
Situation log updated.
Okay. Situation log. Pulsing star. There it is, way up there. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. And we've got our fleet heading out.
Construction complete.
We've claimed the system. Incredible. We're going to upgrade that starbase. I'll delete this starbase once this one's finished. They're still not really friendly to us right now. They're suspicious. I don't know why. I don't know why. We might need to send them a little gift to demonstrate our good intentions. Unfortunately, we don't have much resources to begin with. We could do it. This would give him communications with the station we discovered. Let's do it. Normally I don't go this route, but normally if somebody declares war on me and I die, I can just start over. We're kind of committed, aren't we? We can't just start over. We must survive, and it is Grand Admiral. So we're gonna bribe him. It is the only way. Throw Den under the bus, yes. Here goes the battle. Let's slow it down even more. Now, if you're brand new to Stellaris, you might be surprised that there actually is no micromanaging this battle. I just send them in, and they fight. About the only thing I can do is I can give them the emergency FTL jump order. If you want, you can see the progress bar. We'll pause it. The progress bar here. Overall, our total health pool versus their total health pool is growing. You can also see their blue health bar, which is their shields, is still full. Because every one of our weapons is missile, and we're penetrating the shields and going straight to the hull. Yes, Gito, before you go to bed, you're proving your worth. And we're already about 2/3 of the way through the hull. That's his weapon fighting back, is that lightning thing. Zapping our guys. We have not lost any ships, but there's several that are damaged. You can see their health pool on this list as well. Any red that you see is damage. We got it. Gito has carried the day. We have dealt with the hostile subspace entity that our missing probe had attracted. Why such a creature would be drawn to an archaic unmanned spacecraft is a mystery, but the probe appears to be largely undamaged. It has been recovered by our forces, and we have extracted detailed survey readings of the entire Wu from its, I think that meant to be system, from its memory banks. In addition, the residual energy left behind by the subspace anomaly has generated a large amount of valuable physics data for our scientists. Nice, we got our final probe, and we got 800, almost 900 physics. Okay, all of our probes are collected. We successfully collected all of them. The detailed information they held on our culture is now safe from prying alien photoreceptors, their eyes. With their combined sensor telemetry, we've been able to fully survey a number of additional neighboring systems. Did that just add systems there? I don't remember that. I think it just scanned a bunch. Toad, awesome. Enjoy. Yeah, the other ones, because those are actually older, they will have the bigger sales whenever there is a sale. So it'll be, that might be, you know, all things being equal, if there's no sale at all, you picked up good ones for the fun of it, for the role play. And then when they do have a sale, the oldest ones get the biggest discounts. So you'll get a bigger sale, a bigger discount when they do go on sale. So Gito did not level. Those other guys leveled. But that's okay. We still like you. Yeah, overtime. Dutchy. Have not interacted with Dutchy much the whole game. He's just been quietly managing our whole empire. Governing. But we can't use any of these, Dutchy. So I'm just going to pick Champion of the People because it's so true. It's so true of Dutchy. It's classic Dutchy to be a champion of the people. Gurner, our current head of research, has leveled up. He is currently not adding to our max leader capacity, so we kind of don't want him to keep leveling, but he's level 2. He is right here, so he's actually doing surveying. I don't mind him getting more survey, but we actually want the anomaly discovery chance. We prefer more anomalies rather than faster survey right now. I can't get out there to claim this stuff anyway, but I want more anomalies. Looks like we just finished. Ooh, we just finished cloaking device. Now, new tech. We can get across the board 5% research speed on everything, or a 25% survey speed boost. Now, this is a tech that if you can get it at the very beginning, you get the most use out of it. The farther the game goes, the less use you'll get. We're still early game, but I feel like because we're at this bottleneck, there's not much survey left to be had. And getting this at the cost of research across the board, I think would be unwise. We're going to go with the research. We're going to send our fleet back home. Yeah, return home. We're going to check our diplomacy. They are suspicious, but it's not quite as bad as it used to be, because we sent them a bribe. And we've got our colonies there. So I'm gonna give an order for a couple more things here. Just get those rolling. But I think what we've done, we have accomplished a nice landmark here. We got our planet. We finished the event that we did from the beginning of the game. We have some more exploration to do, but it is also getting to be a little bit later. The kids would like some family time, and so I think we're going to call it there for now. I've enjoyed our time together. I've enjoyed you guys raiding, those who came over with the raid. Thank you, that was fun. We haven't gotten particularly far, but we've been taking our time enjoying it. And this is a good stopping point because we just kind of closed the chapter on that initial wave of exploration. And this was quite the surprise right here. So this is a huge boon. So I think we're going to call it there. We will be back. I stream weekday afternoons, sometimes on Saturdays as well. Afternoons Eastern time. So usually between 12 and 6, 12 and 7. Usually somewhere between there. Normally we stream a different game called Mechabellum. We might start off a given day with that and then switch back over here like we did today. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. This has been a lot of fun. We've got a new friend. Hopefully they'll stay friends. We've got a little pet over here. All sorts of things. Yeah. So thank you everyone for hanging out. Again, if you're new, something else I want to mention. As the name suggests, I am a pastor. And so something I want to just voice out and make as a opportunity available is that if any of you are out there and you would like to be prayed for, regardless of what it is, I'd be happy to do it. I'd be happy to pray for you. You can reach out through email. It's on the About section. I've got a Discord channel you can join up on. You can just message in Twitch. You don't need any personal, private information, nothing like that. Just say, hey, would you mind praying for me? I'd be happy to do it. I'd love to do it for you. So I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out all afternoon. We've had quite the adventure. We'll have some more. So we'll see you tomorrow, and God bless.